Welcome, welcome. We are going live. All right. Live on Instagram, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. Live on TikTok. Let's go. Oh, Kelly, hello. Do you hear me, Kelly? Everything fine over there? Here we go. Did you get notified, Kelly? I don't know how that works on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. You got a notification. Cool. All right. Well, YouTube's the place to be, I guess. Welcome people on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Dark Mark, Mama and Rita. Hello. Good to see you all. It's been a minute. I decided to sleep for a few days. You know, sleep is a good thing. And after staying up super late, you get one for two. Oh, good. Thank you. I figured I should probably go to sleep every once in a while. So I took the extended 3-day weekend to relax, recover, catch up on sleep, hang out. What did I do for Labor Day? Not a whole lot, actually. Hung out with some friends, did some house projects. We're getting our garage in order. It's so hot here in Phoenix, so it's hard to do those, garage projects when it's 115 degrees out. So it was only, what was it, 105 today? So we could get some of that stuff done. Other than that, pretty low key. All right, well, my name is Austin Hamilton, also known as the Porn Coach. Some would call me a one-trick pony. I call myself a one-trick pony. I'm here asking the question, is porn cheating? Is it cheating to watch pornography, particularly if you would say you're in a committed monogamous relationship with another person? Do you think that that's cheating? As an Ohioan, could never live where it's that hot. Well, it's a dry heat, so they say. If you want to come on here, share your story, if you want to debate, if you want to talk about another topic, we can do that sometimes. Thanks for that. Really struggling right now. Sorry to hear that, Candace. What are you struggling with? Betrayal? Be happy to have you on. We can chat. Talking with the Monarch. All right, let's go. What's up, man? How's it going?
How is it, my man? I know it's been a minute.
Doing good. It is. Yeah, how are you?
Oh, brother, I'm living a blissful life. Just got done with celebrating today.
What are you celebrating?
So 5 years ago today, I got clean off alcohol, and also today, 2 years ago, my uncle died.
Oh.
And so we went out and we celebrated. And I did what he loved to do best. I took my drag car to the strip and I burnt the tires off my car. And, that's exactly what he would have wanted me to go do. So
Cool,
we had a
man.
really good day today.
That's awesome. Well, hey, great job on the 5 years. And sorry to hear about your uncle, but way to honor him. That sounds like it's really cool.
I'm telling you, man, that man, he lived for racing, dirt track racing, drag racing, NASCAR, Monster Jam. Like, I mean, that was this guy. Like, that
Mm-hmm.
was his thing. And as a kid, I used to watch him. He was like my other dad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, whatever he liked to do, I like to do.
Yeah.
So as an adult, I just come to love cars, and that's how I honored him. I got the color coded tires. So whenever I sat there and drug down the strip, it screamed out red, white, and blue smoke as I
Mm-hmm.
took off down the strip.
That's cool.
So that's really patriotic. But, I want to bring up a topic that I don't really see anybody asking and talking about with you. So kind of
Okay.
get some people involved in the questioning. Is porn considered cheating on your spouse if one of you have brought it into the marriage?
Well, the way I position the question is it's only cheating if you have a commitment of monogamy. So the inverse of that would be if you agree that it's not just the two of you, or you agree that porn is okay, then it wouldn't be cheating.
So I'm going to add a little twist to that question. So what if, let's say, I don't know, let's just say you have a fiance, girlfriend, wife, whatever situation you want to put yourself in, and she says, "Hey, I want to bring this into the relationship," but you've already established that you're monogamous. You want it to be just you and her, but
Mm-hmm.
she does it anyway. So, what side of the fence are you going to be on? You gonna be like, "Hey, is this going to stop, or I'm going to leave," or "Hey, this is something we've already talked about." What's going through your head in that moment?
Well, that's very hypothetical. But yeah, I'd say if we're dating or engaged, it's a great time to have that
Okay, let's
conversation.
just say that you're engaged. Let's say
Okay.
you're engaged.
Yeah.
Make it more serious.
Yeah. Well, I think that the question is, all right, well, time out. Let's get this clear from the get go. What will our agreement be when we get married? Is it just the two of us or not? And here's the question to ask is why? Why are you wanting to bring porn into this? Why are you wanting to screw up our intimate life by introducing pornography? What is going on with you to where you're wanting to bring porn into it? So, you could just
So
simply say if you're
what
not
is
for it, you could say nope, I'm done. If that's what you want, no problem, I'm done.
So what advice would you give to those that are going through a situation like that?
Are you asking for a friend or for yourself?
No. This is just to get people enticed in the conversation.
Okay. Well, I mean, I point everything to have a conversation. What's the real conversation that you're wanting to have? So if you're the partner who is being blindsided by this, and your partner saying, "Hey, I want to stop watching, or I want to start watching porn with you or individually," hey, let's have a conversation. Why? Why are you wanting to do this? What is going on? Because what I know is that porn use is not. It's a symptom of another problem. So there's something going on in somebody's heart if they're wanting to start masturbating while watching other people have sex. So that's the conversation that needs to be had. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about doing this?
I can really agree to that, to what you're saying. I mean, I already know. I love getting to sit in and watch your talks that you do with everybody. It really does change some people's lives, and then it may not affect others. But I study on the mental side of this. So because I do trauma addictions, and breakthrough stuff of that nature. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And mentally, it's been proven that, like you said, that people that are committing this activity is usually based from another problem. It's a negative form of attention. That's a way that they're expressing that there's something going on in their life that has just made them bow down and suppress to this kind of negative action. Mentally, people who bring this into a relationship are, now mind you, this was a statistic as of last year, so the year of 2023. 78.6% of marriages were failed because they brought in this negative kind of attention.
Pornography specifically?
Pornography, sexual activities,
Yeah.
stuff that, okay, like whenever you said, sit down, let's have a conversation about this, you've chosen monogamy, not poly, and so because things were said, things happened, it would cause those marriages to, just tank.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
the other party didn't want what the other one wanted.
yeah, but I would say that the porn or the infidelity or whatever it is a symptom of another problem. Yes, obviously it's a problem. But, I don't think that people just wake up one day and say, today's the day that it sounds like a great day to go have an affair. No. It's months or years or decades of stuff building up that has gone unspoken that needs to be dealt with that finally manifests in something like an affair. And then we blame the affair
started as like
being
maybe
the
a
problem.
week.
Well, sure, but it's when somebody's heart turns away from their partner and is seeking some sort of attention or whatever, way to medicate pain from somewhere else. I saw something today, somebody I follow who does similar work said, I liked it, that porn is all about pain, not pleasure. It's about managing pain, not seeking pleasure. I think it's a good way to put it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't realize that porn is actually one of the number one addiction across the U.S. right now. And it has been for a while. It is a huge addiction. And, I consider it a pseudo addiction just because it's very real, but it's so easy to get away from. You just have to be willing to put it down and say, no, okay, I have a problem. But a lot of people won't even get that far to accept that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a big problem.
Okay, so what would you say? I'm trying to think how to word this properly because I know my words can be a little confusing. Okay, so like right here, band down there. You were actually kind of reading my mind. Advice is husband ignores you, then watches corn. Then watches corn. Like, mentally, I don't think I could be in a situation like that where it's like you're constantly being ignored to watch other people. Like you said, that's when the draw from each other really begins, and it doesn't accrue over a few days or a month or a week. Like, I mean, it is something that accumulates over a long period of time. I knew a guy actually quite recently got divorced. What had wound up happening was he was a traveling electrician. Man made great money, buku kind of money. Like, had happy wife, happy kids, happy life, and come to find out that his wife had. Oh, I know. Like, here's the punchline. His wife had been secretly going out for 5 years. 5 years of their marriage, man. Like, and according to what he told me, was that it was a guy that she had met at a bar. And see, that right there is when a negative factor starts. If you got to think about it, it's wrong. She made so-called friendship with him, and she would play it off as like her GAY best friend. And that's how it all starts, bro. Like, it is insanely wild the lengths that people will go to lie about a sexual cheating problem.
Yep. That's facts right there. That's amazing how creative people get, and they think they're doing such a great job hiding it. But they're not fooling anybody. They're not fooling anybody.
It's
All right,
like,
man.
why do
Hey,
you like?
I'm gonna bring on some other guests here. Wrap it up, okay?
Oh, all right, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to take too much of your time.
That's right.
I just want to put this out there. Why do you want to keep looking over your shoulder to think of what's going to come next? That's just to everybody that's out there listening. Is it really
Mm-hmm.
worth having to look over your shoulder and watch your karma come back to bite you?
No,
Hmm.
no. I
I'll
mean,
hit you up, my brother. Thank you for
yeah,
bringing me up. It's always a pleasure.
sounds good, man. Thanks for sharing. See ya.
Be safe.
Bye bye. Good questions to think about. Give me a follow if you guys don't follow me already. If you like my content up there, and let's smash the like button. Why are we only at 600 likes? We should be at like 10,000 by now. Oh, Andrea didn't want to talk. Okay, no problem. Ireland Cat says, depends. All right. Like and share. G Cricket. Hey there, what's going on? Hello. Hello, G Cricket. G Cricket. Is that like Jiminy Cricket? Did you accidentally hit the request button, G Cricket? It'd be really weird if you farted right now. You there, G Cricket? Hello. No G Cricket. Okay. All right, music for you. Oh, no
What
problem,
is
Andrea.
going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing perfect.
Good. What's up?
Yo, I totally agree with what you're doing on here, man. It's if you don't mind, I'd like to tell a little story that I got.
Sure, make it quick.
It'll be like 2 minutes. I honestly hate whenever people say that they're battling with a PORN addiction because I mean, if you really think about it, it's hard. But I know this sounds like little numbers, but I'm 30 days sober from it,
Let's
and
go.
it's
Let's go. Good job.
and for like the first week it was really hard, but I mean, my religion with Christ has really been helping. I just gotta like fall back and say, listen, if you can't control your arms, you're screwed, man. That's it. You just gotta think. Just don't even type it in. That's it. I can't make it more simpler than that. Just don't even type it in. And whenever you feel bored, and you want to do it, go outside and run. Your mind will be off of it just like that.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
16.
6. Okay. Well, first of all, now I can't talk to you anymore. But great job, man. Great job. Good for you.
Sorry, bro.
I guess I can't. I mean, I don't know. Is there a reason why I can't talk to people who are under 18? I got to talk to a lawyer on that one. I don't think so. I don't know. I guess it depends what we're talking about. Good job, man. What made you want to make that change? Is 18 plus a TikTok guideline?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, why'd you come on here then? All right, I got to kick you off. Thanks for sharing, man. See ya.
People have
Uh, how old are you? 16. Awesome. Good for you. See you later. Oh, man. Jeff, what's going on, man?
I just have to ask, what the hell is this topic about?
Well, do you know what porn is?
Of course, everybody knows what that is.
Okay. I'm asking the question, is it cheating to watch porn while you're in a committed relationship?
I guess to each their own. I'm married,
Okay.
so
Do you watch porn?
do I watch porn?
Yes.
I
Do you
don't
watch
have
porn?
time for it.
So do you watch porn?
I don't have time for it. I don't have time for it.
So is that no, you don't watch porn?
No, I don't. I really don't have time. I work and I have a lot of responsibilities in the house. So no.
Yeah.
But
A lot of people do,
but
even when they're married.
as far I'm just saying that you say is porn cheating? In the way I think, if someone wants to watch something, okay, that's for them. They have the interest in that. It's not like they're going to try to find who or whoever in, sorry, with the English. They're not trying to find the people in that movie and try to reenact one engagement, right?
How do you know?
You think that's what they're going to do?
I think if they're watching porn and that person walked in the room, something would happen.
Why would that person walk in the room?
I'm just saying hypothetically. Don't you think?
No, I'm just asking you. Why would you think? Hypothetically, hypothetically, freaking Lamborghini could be in my garage. You're pulling things from the air. I'm just asking you.
You didn't ask me anything. I said hypothetically, if they're watching porn and the performer walked into the room, I bet something would happen.
Now we had a conversation, and then you said hypothetically. Hypothetically, if a woman walked into my house from pornography, the woman is a stranger. She would be back to the street.
You'd call the cops for trespassing?
No, I wouldn't even call the cops. Just get the fuck out of here. Why you here, right?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Sure. Okay. What else?
I'm reading the chat. I really like the chat. He's on something. He's drunk. What? Sleep it off. Weird.
Do you think they're talking about me or you?
In his chat. No, me.
Oh.
Because, English, not really the first language, but we'll go with that.
What's wrong with your English? It sounds fine to me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for sharing. Bye-bye. Allie, hi there. What's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. What's up?
I just had a couple of points to make. If it's agreed upon a couple, I've been in relationships where it was acceptable on both parties to watch it, but I've also been in another relationship where we agreed upon not. I think that if it's agreed on, it's fine, but if you're having to lie or hide it, that it's cheating and disrespectful to your partner.
Okay.
So I was just coming to say that.
Okay. What are you in a relationship?
I am a happy relationship.
And what's your guys' agreement with porn?
We don't watch porn.
Okay. And has it always been like that?
At first, I found out he was watching porn, and then we had a conversation about it, and he knew my standpoint on that. So he hasn't watched porn, and he doesn't anymore. And it was like one or two times. It wasn't anything excessive or, anything to worry about. And once he realized and respected it, it was fine. But it wasn't like a conversation we brought up at first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's great. That's awesome. How long have you guys been
I think
together?
it's important to have those. We've been together 3 years now.
Okay. Yeah, so you had that conversation, and as far as you know, up until this point, he's respected that boundary?
100%, yeah. And he didn't, watch it in a way that disrespected me or went against what I said. And that's why I respected it. When he finally told me, like, yeah, I do watch it, once I told him that it was a problem, it was no issue to stop it at all. And I think that's very important for couples to realize.
Got it. When did he start watching it? Like, how old was he?
I think, from what I've gathered from him, it was, normal, like, teenage years and stuff. And then he was married, so he didn't really watch it then. So it was kind of on and off since he was a teenager. I'm 24 and he's 33. So it's kind of been on and off since late teenage years, but it's not been a problem for him to stop at all, which is great.
Okay. All right. Can I share my experience with you?
Of course.
Okay. Totally believe him. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay. And I had basically the same conversation with somebody like a week ago. And I shared that in my opinion, or in my experience rather, that if somebody doesn't get professional help, the odds of relapsing within 6 months is basically 100%. Okay, now again, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. And I had this interaction with this girl. She was, I'm not saying you're this way, but she was very naive. And she was like, no, everything's fine. It's great. He doesn't do it. He told me he stopped. And I was like, just trust but verify. And she left like for 30 minutes and came back, and she said she woke the guy up, had a tell me now kind of conversation, and he was like, yeah, I actually never stopped. And it had been like a year since she thought that he was not watching it. I don't want to scare you. I just want to share that's the reality of the situation in many cases, especially if you're going from starting, most men start when they're about 13 years old to 33. That's 20 years of use. That generally is not just going to stop overnight by white knuckling it. So take that for what it is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, it was kind of, once we talked, and we have like a very big trust thing. I trust him 100%. He trusts me 100%. And it's been a topic that wasn't just spoken upon over one or two conversations. It's every once in a while we'll, go on a walk and we'll have conversations, and I'll, bring it up, and he will reassure me. And we don't go through each other's phones, but I have, not like on a regular basis, but just to kind of see what I'm working with and everything. So, I mean, for right now, I trust him, but I also do, in the back of my mind, have my guard up a little bit. But he reassures me all the time, and I have an intuition with me, and it's never really been broken since then. So, but I still do have my guard up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. And again, I'm glad that, he responded that way. And, I think it's wise in this day and age to keep your guard up to an extent, right? And just ask the questions when you want to.
Yeah, definitely. And I know some guys don't like to open up and talk about certain things, and, it kind of, I like to sit down and talk, and he kind of is more of like a gradual person over explaining emotions and feelings and stuff like that. So it's taken us some time, but we've come to a place where we're able to talk about things and get on the same page, and, so it's worked out, and I hope that other couples that can work out like that as well.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thanks for sharing.
All right. Thank you for having me. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Andrew,
Hello.
what's going on?
All right, I don't think it's cheating.
Okay.
Just for the pure fact that I've had opportunities with women before, like literally in my face, being touched, and I could never, in a million years, touch them because of my girlfriend at home. But masturbation isn't a problem. Like you don't feel the same. It's a complete different feeling, if you know what I mean.
Wait,
From cheating to masturbation.
Well, do you think watching porn is cheating or is not cheating?
It's not cheating.
It's not cheating. Okay. Do you watch porn?
Yeah, I do indulge, yes.
Okay. Notice you're separating, though, the act of masturbation being the thing that decides if it's cheating or not. My question is watching other people have sex while you're in a committed relationship, would that be cheating? Would that be going outside of the relationship?
No. I think the act of sex is cheating. Actual penetration is cheating. Or anything to do with another woman, not even that.
So in your point of view,
watching something on a screen can't be.
So in your point of view, it's once penetration occurs, then it's cheating.
I wouldn't even say it's my point of view. It would be my girlfriend's point of view as well, because obviously, me having masturbated or had sex with a lass. It's completely two different things, isn't it?
Say that again.
Pretty sure my girlfriend would leave me. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend would leave me if I'd have sex with a lass. And
What's a lass?
she wouldn't leave me if I masturbated. A girl, sorry.
Okay.
It's a lass. I mean, I'm from England. Sorry, mate.
No, I got it. I know. I figured. Yeah. Okay. So she would leave you if you actually did it. But what if there was no penetration, but you're just sitting there masturbating? Would that be a problem for your girlfriend?
No. I think she'd have more of a problem if I was doing something with an actual human being than a TV screen and my hand.
I'm talking about an actual human being.
Oh no, no, this is what I mean. I'd never do something with an actual human being. This is what I mean. I've had the opportunities to do something with a human being, but obviously I've said no straight away. 100% get away from me.
Is she there? Can we get her on?
You know, she's not here. No, I'm at work at the moment. I work night shifts.
Oh, okay. Okay. So does she know that you watch porn?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did those opportunities come from? Where you said you've had an opportunity and you've said no?
Well, I work night shifts at an hotel, and a couple of weeks ago, I had a girl come into the hotel, walk up to me, and strip naked, and said, "Fuck me," pardon my French. And I said straight away no. And I recorded it, and I sent it to my girlfriend, just so she knew.
I have so many questions. How does that even happen? I don't want the video.
Mate.
I don't want the video.
It's mental, mate. I was just sat here at work. All of a sudden, just walked in random girl walked in. She was a bit drunk and just
at the front desk or what? You're just sitting working at the front desk?
At the front desk, mate. At the front desk, and then started getting naked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not okay. I mean, good job for saying no, because that's a person who needs help. That's not a person who's looking for a romantic encounter. That's somebody who desperately needs help. Was there alcohol involved?
Oh, she was drunk. The lady was drunk, like, who came into the place, yeah.
Yeah, well, if you would have taken her up on her alleged offer, you should be arrested.
I mean, that's blind drunk. Like, she knew what she was doing.
Yeah, okay. I'd say I don't even think that's in the same category of what we're talking about. Right? You're making it sound like you did such a good thing by rejecting an actual intimate encounter. This is like a drunk person in the middle of the night.
Yep.
Didn't know where they're going.
Oh, they knew what they were doing. They were drunk. They weren't blind drunk. They weren't, like, absolutely off it drunk. If you know what I mean. They were just happy drunk.
But either way, in my opinion, the appropriate thing to be would be like, find a jacket, put it on the person, and say, "Hey, can we get you some help?"
That's exactly what I did, mate. I sent her on her way. I did send her on her way.
Okay.
But I would never do that. This is my whole point. I could never sleep with another woman.
Yeah.
But it's easy to masturbate.
Yeah. Okay. And your girlfriend's okay with that?
So, yeah, my girlfriend. Well, I don't really talk to her about it, to be honest. You know what I mean? It's not.
Why not?
It's a bit of a niche thing in the house.
Why don't you talk to her about it?
She's not that kind of girl.
She's not the kind of girl who wants to be in a relationship with a guy who watches porn?
She knows about it, but she don't want me to talk about it. And I don't think any girl would want you to talk about it.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, man.
I think most girls know.
Well, they don't want to talk about it until the pain gets too great, and then it blows up in their face. So if you think she's so okay with it, and so are you, why not you talk about it?
It's just something I won't bring up. It's just not a conversation I'd have.
Why is that?
It's not like you turn around to go, "Oh, I've been knocking one out last night." You know what I mean? You don't turn around and say that to your girlfriend, do you?
Well, don't you want to be honest with them? That's an interesting voice.
She knows. That's me sneak energy drink. Yeah, she knows about it, but I wouldn't bring it up to her because obviously she don't want to know about it. And if she did it, I wouldn't want to know about it. Just because why would they want to know that you're masturbating over other women?
Well, don't you think that
they know?
Don't you think she would want to know what you're doing with your privates? Like there might be a conflict of interest of what you're doing with your wiener.
Just like the word you just used there.
I should have said eggplant.
It's private. Privates are private.
How old are you, man?
Video, mate.
I don't want the video. Do not send me the video. Don't send me the video.
There's no pictures on it. It's just a recorded sounds of what she was saying to me in this last.
I can imagine what happened. Okay. How old are you, man?
I'm 33.
Okay. How long have you been watching porn?
I stole my first magazine off my uncle when I was about 13.
So about 20 years. Is this what you want for yourself, that you secretly watch porn and masturbate and aren't honest to your partner about it?
That's honest. I'd rather masturbate than cheat.
Okay.
You know, there's a big difference. There's a big difference in there between actual physically cheating than masturbating. Who you cheat? The word cheating is obviously referring to with another human being. How can you cheat with your hand? Is that even possible?
Well, what are you watching on the screen?
Well, corn.
And are there human beings on the screen?
Oh yeah, yes. Sorry.
So there are human beings. Am I a human being? I'm on a screen.
You're not physically here, though, are you?
I'm still a human being.
Yeah. You're not. It's not. I can see your point of view, like, but if you ask any lass what they'd rather see the boyfriend do.
All right, hold on. I gotta say something to somebody in the comments. KK, if you ask again about asking him a question, I will ban you. Just ask a freaking question. You've asked if you can ask a question 75 times. Everybody else just puts their question in the comment. Just ask it. You don't need my permission to type something in the comments. Sorry, I gotta like. All right. So is that what you is that what you want for yourself, man? Like what is an intimate relationship to you?
I don't know. I think when I make love to my girlfriend, we have passionate love. You know, it's complete different. It's a complete different sensation from you must know it yourself. It's a complete different sensation.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that your porn use and masturbating gets in the way of your intimacy with your partner?
Sometimes it has done. Morning, mate. You all right, pal? Sorry, mate. One of guests leaving the hotel.
Do they have clothes on?
Yeah, he's a man. I'm going to have to leave this live. Sorry.
Right,
sorry.
man,
I'm going to have to leave this live. All right,
bye.
Bye.
Sorry, I got to go do work. I got to go potty. I'll be right back. Hold on. That's a good way to put it. I'm just pretend. Men don't think it's cheating until you ask him these questions. It's true. That guy he was changing his mind. Krista. Hey there, what's going on? Hello. Hello? Hello. Hello? Krista. No, Krista.
Hello.
Carolyn, hi there. What's going on?
Oh, sorry. Oh, my dog. I'm
Everybody
so sorry.
tonight has an animal. It's crazy.
Well, I've been kind of watching here and there, listening to you talk to folks, and it's really encouraging to hear how you're able to kind of change their mind about porn. And I have, it's kind of a passionate topic in my life to spread awareness, because it was a huge reason why I lost my first marriage. And it was such a confusing time because at the beginning, like when we were dating, he said he was in recovery and he was doing it was Celebrate Recovery, which is like a 12-step program for it.
Yeah, I'm
and
familiar.
he had all the things installed on his computer, said all the right things. And so I trusted him in that. And so I feel like I experienced layer after layer of betrayal in a way with it. I do believe it is a form of cheating. And it just sent us down a very dark, dark hole. So it is possible to heal from this as a woman who's been with a man who was in that world and with that addiction. Since my divorce, I did not think I would meet anyone who did not use porn. So I'm remarried now to a man who I trust, and that's a miracle. But it's been such a hard journey, and I think if more people were aware of even the physiological and chemical things it does within the mind and the body and the soul, a lot of people just don't know. So I love what you're doing, and I really appreciate you bringing up these questions.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that, and you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I love the conversations. Can I ask? What do I want to ask? Can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What? So he must have been hiding it pretty well. He was going to CR. He was, had the apps and blockers. It sounds like things like that. Did he ever see a therapist or anything?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And how long did he keep that going for?
We were together 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So it went on the entire time we dated, and then also our marriage. And it got to the point where I don't want to get too personal with it, but it impacted even my wedding day. And we had chosen to wait for each other, and it just really shocked me that someone could say they're doing all these things and tell me it's not an issue, and then not actually it was just words.
So even before you guys got married, impacted your wedding day, and for 10 years he was still hiding it, and did you think he was not doing it that whole time?
He was really obsessed with numbers. I went this many days without going to corn, and I don't know if that's a common thing. I feel like he took that was an extreme thing he focused on, and I feel like that was rooted in the CR, and then also some of the stuff with his therapist. It was really odd, but it was I never trusted him in it, but then he would tell me to trust him in it. And he's like, It's been 32 days. And I'm like, I don't want to know the number of days. I don't. But my now husband, I don't know. I haven't really heard much talk about faith, but we're both Christians. And My now husband, when I dated him, like we talked about it a lot, and he told me, his past in that area, and we still like bring it up, or I'll bring it up when I need to, and it's just a night and day difference. And he explained to me that like if someone's always bringing it up, counting days, and there's like an obsession with thinking about it, almost like the recovery. I don't know if that was going on, but it's just yeah, it's a night and day difference. And there are couples and there are individuals out there who don't use porn. If any women or even men have a past similar to mine, like they do exist. And it's just a refreshing thing to experience. I had also dated a guy after my divorce, because that was one of my rules. I wouldn't date someone who had an active addiction. And he lied to my face from day one about it, and it was a daily use thing. And I was like, oh Lord, I'm never gonna meet anyone. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it's shame too for some people. Some people just think it's fine.
Yeah, well, I agree with the whole counting days thing. I mean, it's a pretty limited framework. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection with other people. So, I mean, yeah, going 30 days, 60 days, 90 days allegedly clean, it's like, all right, great. But then that becomes the whole thing.
Yeah.
What are we trying to do? Who are we in community with this? Who are we actually sharing what's going on inside of us with other people? And so, I mean, it's not bad to celebrate those wins when they happen, but I think that's what some of those programs can tend to do, is like, that's the only thing. So, yeah, that's
And
tough.
then I think after so many days and you mess up, like it probably just brings it to a whole nother level of like disappointment and shame. And, if you're not willing to share it with others, like you're saying, through connection and community. So it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's tough because people put the date on a pedestal. They put that number on a pedestal, and it becomes everything. In my groups, we really don't talk about that often. Like probably every month or two. Yeah, like every month or two, because we break up into like subgroups in my groups. Every couple months, I'll have guys say, "Hey, what is your date? How long has it been?" And no matter what, if you've relapsed in that time, no problem. It's only a failure if you don't learn from it. But we want to be moving forward in the right direction. But I think that's what a lot of those groups do, is everyone talks about their number, and then it gets reset every once in a while, and that's all it becomes. But at least they're trying something, I suppose.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing. And having continuous open conversation, in my opinion, about this, is needed in this day and age with, especially people in their 20s and 30s. Just where are we at with this whole porn thing? Because it is freaking everywhere.
Yeah. One thing I was going to mention too, with the fellow I dated for a while after my first marriage, he actually was a social worker and a therapist. And he said, because I brought it up, there's a whole lot that's involved in the porn industry when you start researching it. I don't know what words are allowed here, but human exploitation and traffic. But I mentioned that to him, and I said, hey, have you really thought about this? Like, you're helping all these people in your office with all these issues, but did you not learn in like school, like in college, that what's going on in that industry and in the world? And he said no. Like, they didn't even research or study any of this at the university, and he's a therapist. And it just really shocked me that, that should be one of the top things, I would think, because it impacts so many people.
I have so many thoughts. Look at what runs our universities.
Yes.
Are you really surprised that they're not talking about this stuff in our education system? Right?
Yeah. Hey, I don't know. It's so hard to assess that.
Look, and oh gosh, I don't be political, Austin. we can't even figure out what very simple, self-evident, obvious things are anymore.
Yes. Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
I
And
gotcha.
you think we're going to talk about porn
Right.
in these universities? So,
That's true. Ugh. Well,
yeah,
I'm going to keep talking about it and sharing my story. And I'm glad that
Good.
there's others out there and
Yeah.
you're doing what you're doing. And hopefully it'll make a difference and help a lot of hurting hearts.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good
All right.
night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Krista, I saw your comment. I'm bringing you back because you commented on my other comment, which was funny. Hey there. Are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Hi, my Enneagram 8 friend.
Oh, this is you. Oh, hi, Krista.
That's me.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, so I definitely think it's cheating.
Okay. Tell me more.
Well, I feel like if you're in a relationship, you're exclusive with that one person, and especially if you're in a marriage, you're mutually agreeing to be with that one person.
Pretty clear, right? It's very
It's
direct.
super clear.
As
It's
I'd
super
expect from an 8.
Yeah, it's super clear, but honestly, even learning about it, I feel like people don't understand how harmful the effects of that industry are. And when you start learning about the things that the women go through, even the men that are in that industry, it doesn't become as enticing as it appears. So I feel
Yeah.
like when you start exploring that, and then if your partner is watching a lot of that stuff, both men and women, it can be so damaging because it's never really the main stuff that you would think that they're watching.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there's a
It
great
gets
book.
super weird.
The Porn Myth talks a lot about that. And I'm going to start reading books on my lives. I'll probably do that during the day again. I used to do that a while ago. I would just read books on here that are very educational. But yeah, if you look behind the scenes of the industry, there's a lot that goes on. There's a lot that goes on. That's for sure. Have you
Yeah.
been personally affected by it?
Yeah, that actually was something in my marriage that came out and it was super, super hurtful. But I feel like from personal experience, it was something that just caught me off guard because it was something that we talked about, but it was something that was being lied about for so long.
And you still married to that person?
I am. I have a very beautiful marriage. We now have 2 children we love, and our marriage is thriving. But this is something that's so dear to our heart that we actually have been able to help other couples through. I think when I was going through it, you feel super isolated as the woman, thinking that nobody else is experiencing the same type of betrayal you are.
Yeah.
And so having people that are safe that you can talk to is so important.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, betrayal can be a very, very lonely place. Very lonely place. So can
Yeah.
being addicted to porn, right? It in most cases comes back to shame. I don't want anybody else to know what I'm going through. Did I do something wrong? And so we keep it all in.
But even the women too, I think a lot of times what I hear is women will say they're super hurt, but every man does it. So they just decide, okay, well, I don't want him to do it and then get over it. But no one actually understands how hurtful they're actually feeling. And so, and like what's happening to them. So they just kind of choose to suppress it, but then it always gets worse. And that's why I think women don't understand is that what is being told to you, dig deeper and there's more. There's always going to be something more that comes out. So I don't know.
Well, and you can be more of a catalyst for change than you think you can be. It's so painful
Yeah.
and you want something different and you don't have to tolerate your current circumstance.
Yeah, 100%. But I feel like so when my husband and I, when we started talking about it, there was stuff that I was watching that was like, wow, okay, I shouldn't be watching this either. And there were areas that wasn't just specifically sexual that we weren't giving each other in our hearts. We were hiding other areas, and it just came from this cycle of things that we were exposed to. So I feel like the more that you get rid of all of that stuff and just choose to put each other first and want just that person, everything else becomes a lot easier in your marriage or in your relationship, for areas to flourish, basically.
Well, that's true intimacy. When we can actually have everything exposed, everything on the table, now we can actually have intimacy. And intimacy is much more than sex. It's let's not hide anything from
100%.
each other. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I know you're in the comments all the time, but have you ever come on here and talked?
No, I haven't. I usually just watch and I comment and stuff, and most of the time crack jokes. So I was like, man, I want to go on and just kind of share. But no,
Yeah.
I really love what you're doing, and I love that you're creating a community for people to feel safe. And I looked at some of the like betrayal stuff that you do. I just think it's awesome. You create a safe place for people, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing. Yeah. Speaking of that, read this book, Unwanted by Jay Stringer. Tomorrow on our women's betrayal support group, Jay's wife, Heather, is going to be on the call. She's going to lead through a ritual and some other things having to do with betrayal. So if you're interested, if you've been on the fence of should I actually join this guy's group, now's the time. Heather Stringer will be with us tomorrow evening, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 5:30 Pacific. It will be fire. Yes, Jay is amazing, and Heather is freaking amazing. So
Did you end up looking up that book, The Cure?
I didn't, but I know it. I have it. I either have it or I used to have it. I know that book for sure. Should I read it again?
You definitely got to read it. That was super helpful for my husband during that season.
Yeah. Yeah, I should probably just buy it again.
Yeah. But I appreciate you, and I'm going to be commenting jokes and stuff still.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm here for it. Thanks for sharing. Good chatting with you.
Okay, cool.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Go to the link in my bio if you want to join the support group. You can start with a discovery call, or it says Ready to Heal, join a coaching group. And then we also have an intimacy workshop coming up on September 14th, which is for couples. If you want to enhance intimacy, not sexual intimacy, overall intimacy, consider coming to our intimacy workshop. It will be fire. This will be our third one. And every time they're amazing. They just get more and more amazing. So join a coaching group. You can book a discovery call if you want to chat more, and do the intimacy workshop if you want to sign up for that as well. Jay Luna, come on here and chat, man. No, Angela, you're good. You're totally good. I got to be intimate with someone first before I can do the workshop. Jay, why don't you come on here and chat, man? What's this guy saying? Oh, he's a fitness influencer. All right. Jasmine, what's going on? Oh, Jacob Luna requested. I'll bring you on
Oh
next.
shit, I didn't realize I was...
I don't get how you accidentally do that. Hi
No,
there.
I didn't accidentally. I didn't think I would, I don't know, get accepted.
Sarah, the women's group is best for betrayal trauma. I wouldn't recommend the men's porn recovery group if you're a woman looking to heal from betrayal trauma. The link's in my bio if you're interested in the women's group. It says Ready to Heal, join a coaching group. And then that's for men or women. It'll prompt you on that page. No problem. All right, Jasmine, what's up? No, Jasmine?
Oh shit, I'm sorry. What am I supposed to talk about? I mean,
Well,
I do
how about we
think
start with the
porn-
question. Is porn cheating?
I think looking at other women and getting a satisfaction to it is cheating, yeah.
Or men? It's a two-way street.
Yeah, or men. So in this case, my partner, is cheating because he's satisfying himself by looking at somebody else who is not me,
Okay.
You know?
Are you married to that person?
No, we're not married. We're we're I mean, we've only been together for like a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And how long has that been going on for?
Um Probably since the beginning. I mean, well, he tells me that it wasn't as much when he first met me because he didn't feel the need to, and now that we're living together, he just kind of finds himself scrolling and like looks but doesn't touch himself. So that's why I'm just like, I don't know, because he does try and say like, oh, I haven't done it, and I'm like, but then I catch him lying, and he's like, oh, I downloaded porn, but I haven't looked at it, and I'm telling the truth, and I'm just like, is he telling the truth?
Well, yeah. Do you think he's telling the truth?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. I think when it comes up, he like lies, and he doesn't more than he lets on. So I don't know, you know.
Why don't you ask him? Is he there?
He is here, but it's a topic he wouldn't want me to talk about, like, with other people.
Well, you just did. Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the car. Like, I'm here and he's in the car.
Why is that?
He's picking me up from work.
Oh, you're at work and he's outside waiting?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, but I do think porn is cheating. I just don't know how to make my partner realize, like, enough is enough kind of thing.
What do you mean? Why does your partner have to realize enough is enough for you to declare that enough is enough?
Well, I mean, if we're in a relationship, shouldn't it be, like, equal or whatever? Like, if I don't think it's okay, then he shouldn't, or should I compromise and be like, okay, you can, and I should just deal with not liking you to do that kind of thing?
I don't know
I'm
what you're
not
wanting to
sure.
I don't know what you're wanting to choose for your relationship. I think the question is, are you okay? Well, your behavior indicates you're okay with somebody who watches porn while they're in a relationship with you. So the question is, why are you choosing to be in that relationship?
I don't know. I mean, I've never had this problem before because I haven't been in many relationships, right? So the fact that it's so apparent now living with him and he's lied about it so many times when I've caught him, I just figured maybe it's time to have a different kind of conversation instead of, hey, I'm not okay with this. Don't break my boundaries. Like, but he's
What's
broken them time and time.
Yeah, well, first of all, I say that all the time. Great job. You're wanting to have a new conversation. That will change everything here. Is having a new
Yeah.
conversation. Conversation produces action. The same conversation produces the same action. New conversation produces new action. So it's time for a new conversation.
So should that conversation be more on me? Like, hey, I'm still here.
Get him on. Get him on here.
Okay. No. I can't. I have to probably
New
cut this short.
conversation. New conversation.
But should the conversation be like next time I catch him or something? Should it be, hey, I'm gonna try to compromise with you. Sorry, there's a car. Like, what should that conversation be? Is what I need help with,
The
because he's gonna do
conversation
it.
the
Why?
conversation starts inside. Ask yourself the question, do I want to be in a relationship with somebody who watches porn? And then whatever your answer is to that. If you say no, you don't want to, then let your action show that. And then ask him, hey man, just be honest, do you watch porn? Have you been hiding it from me? And then if he says yes, he watches porn, you forget about him, and you then ask yourself the question, why am I still here if I claim to not want to be in a relationship with somebody who watches porn? Put it all on yourself.
Okay, well, I have to go now, but I appreciate you accepting my request.
Thanks for chatting. Good luck. All right, bye-bye. What if you have children with this person? Absolutely, Carolyn. Yeah, she indicated she wasn't married, and I didn't get the sense she had kids. Still ask yourself the question, though, Carolyn. Right? Just ask yourself the question: why am I here? What are you getting out of it? Because you're getting something. You're getting secondary gains. How do I contact you? You can schedule a discovery call, Melly Belly, on the link in my bio, if you'd like to chat. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. If you're married, or you have kids, look, obviously this is way more complex. The principle remains the same, though. What are you wanting to be different? Oftentimes we lower the bar to a real sense of misery, and then we say, well, this is just how it's going to be for the rest of my life. Well, what else is possible? Yeah, I'd love to talk with your husband, Krista. Yeah, later request, and I'll accept it, Krista. He lies about doing it. Okay, then, I mean, so what are you going to do? When you can't change a person or a situation, you're forced to change yourself. So, like that previous person said, and people say this all the time, well, I've tried this, he won't do that, blah, 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 blah. I want him to do this, he won't get help, he doesn't think he has a problem. Ask yourself the question, what am I doing here still? What drastic measure will it take for you to change the situation? And I'm not saying it's going to get better. Imagine you're dancing, right? Imagine you're dancing. If, generally speaking, one person leads the other person in a dance. If you just stop dancing, the other person has to do something different. If you show up, if you start flailing your arms around when you're dancing, the other person has to change. But so often we just go along with it. We're like, well, I hope this goes in the way that I'm wanting. Well, if you do something drastically different, other people have to respond. Now, they may not respond in the way that you want them to. That's the key. But you do have a lot of power and agency here. All right. So there was a Jay Luna and a Jacob Luna. Are we the same guy?
Hello?
Are you the same guy? Hey, what's up, man? Are you the same as Jay Luna? Are there two of you?
I'm Jacob Luna.
There's a Jay Luna and a Jacob Luna in here?
There's a Jacob Luna and there's a Jay Luna.
So you're a different guy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what's up, man?
Okay. So what I'm going to say about, you say it's porn cheating, I will say yes. Because I've been divorced and I got introduced to porn whenever I was 12. And I thought it was okay at first, but as I got married, and the biggest lie we tell ourselves when we get married, oh, we'll stop. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest lie anybody could ever tell themselves. But the biggest thing is porn messes up marriages, it messes up relationships, it messes up everything. It makes you isolate yourself.
Yeah.
From your friends, partners. But I do see it as a form of cheating because it makes your significant other think less of themselves. Because you're looking at women on the screen that have these Coke-shaped bodies that they probably don't even have, and those women are going to be filled with shame because they don't have that. And they're not going to want nothing to do with you because you're more focused on the woman on the screen. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I'm with you.
And it's just like, it took me a long time to get to recovery, but it's like, I like what somebody said in the comments. I do go to church, but I did go to a licensed therapist, but I found out it was a lot of trauma, a lot of betrayal. That's where it starts, because we feel comfortable. But in the same way, it strips us of our manhood. Porn does. And I know a lot of people probably disagree, but it does strip us of our manhood.
Hmm.
and it fills us with shame. It fills us with guilt, and we're not ourselves. We're not ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a wound that most oftentimes starts in childhood, and
And I,
pornography is a tool to try to make the pain of that wound go away.
and it's just like I like with because I go to church. Is it all right if I share a scripture?
Sure.
So I like how it says in Matthew 5:28. But I tell you that if anyone looks at a woman lustfully, has already committed adultery with her in her heart. It's just like, so when we start looking at them lustfully and start feeling like, man, I would do this and that, you already committed adultery with them. And that's what we do with these women. Like we say, a married man can say, oh, I never committed adultery. But you're looking at these women on the screen saying you'll do this or that. And I'll even go as far as, like I saw in one of the comments, they said when porn doesn't become enough, you're going to go look for something stronger. You're going to start going to the strip clubs. You're going to start going out there and getting these escorts and all kind of things. Then that's where all your money starts going.
Yeah. Porn use always escalates. It always escalates into something
Yes.
else. Maybe not into physical cheating or escorts or paying, but it always escalates into something else.
And it's just, that's my experience of what I've been through life is like, it was always because I didn't have a good relationship with my mom. I was raised up in a broken home, and I'm turning 32 this year. It took me 30 something years to finally get healing and recovery. But it's like you say, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah.
So I had to be willing to want help after so many failed relationships, after a divorce, and after this and that. It's like something's got to give.
Yeah. How long have you stayed away from it?
Been about a month or two, and
Okay.
I will tell you, it has been a battle.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Because like a lot of people will be like, "Oh, it's cool," but I will say too, it's in our music. It's in the music too. A lot of the music promotes it.
Yep.
Like I don't know if you've ever heard of Chris Cook, but he has a podcast called Win Today. But there's a podcast on pornography, and it's a very interesting topic. And I think you would like it, and it's talking about porn, on the effect that it has on the generation today. And I like what you're doing about making this thing to where it's not good. It's awesome. Not too many people are doing that out there.
I'll look that up.
The April edition.
Yeah, it's
All right, well, thanks for sharing, man. Good for you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Love
sir.
that.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, take care, man.
You too.
All right, see you. Don't you love the little happy clap thing? You know what, guys? I miss my friend Pradeep. Pradeep, are you out there? I want to hear how you're doing. By the way, give me a follow, a subscribe, like and subscribe if you like my content. And go ahead and request if you want to come on here and chat. There's about 10 people waiting. And let's get this up to 20,000 likes, okay? Somebody said, just made an appointment. I'm nervous. Well, hey, great job. However, you did it wrong. You used the one-on-one coaching session for my existing clients. You need to go do the discovery call if you actually want to talk. Okay. My hour-long calls are for my existing clients who are already paying clients. So, sorry to burst your bubble. If you really want to do it, go use the discovery call link and I'll chat with you when the time comes. All right, Krista, let's talk to your husband. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, here's JP. This is my husband.
What's up, JP?
Nothing much. How you doing?
Good. What's it like being married to a 8?
It can be very difficult because we both can be headstrong sometimes. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But 9 times out of
Are
10, she
you
ends
an
up
8
winning.
also?
No, I'm a 6, but I'm like a very stubborn 6.
Okay.
It's a long story, but
Yeah.
is porn cheating? At first, if you would have asked me this years ago, I probably would have said no.
Mm-hmm.
But then having walked through that question in my own life, I can say yes, it is 100% through and through. You read the comments on your videos a lot, and people say like, "Oh, it's not," or if they want to watch it, that's okay with me. But I feel like they just don't have the understanding of what it is. Like you're looking at other people, fantasizing yourself with that person on the screen, and pleasing yourself to that as opposed to your partner,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I don't know what universe that isn't cheating, and it's kind of sad that some people are okay with that in the relationship, and that's just a personal opinion on my end. You know what I mean?
Totally. How long has it been since you gave up porn?
It's been just like 3 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. That's awesome. Would you have ever imagined you'd be on TikTok talking to 300 plus people with your wife standing by your side so openly about this?
No, but at the same time, like it's in the past. It's something I've dealt with and I've grown from. So it's like I'm not ashamed to talk about it if it brings
Mm-hmm.
someone who's stuck and it feels like there is no way out. If it shows them like, hey, there is a way out, and there's a happy ending at the end of the story, I guess you would say, as opposed to something bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, for sure. I mean, good for you. It takes
There's hope.
courage.
There's hope at the end of it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. What's different in your life since you've given up porn?
Literally everything. I mean, from the way I can view people, handle situations, handle stress, because I definitely used porn as an escape whenever things got difficult, or whenever I had some kind of hardship. That's what I used to relieve that stress so I can somewhat feel normal again. But ridding that out of my life, like everything, it's just a complete 180 from how I was before to now.
Yeah, porn and sex addiction is not a porn and sex problem. It's a how you deal with life problem. So you've
Mhm.
learned new tools to actually deal with things in your life, like when you're stressed or anxious, instead of turning to porn, which is a quick fix.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Good job. Good job. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's. I'm curious if you agree with this. Something I say a lot certainly was true for me when I was, getting clean, is that it gets harder before it gets easier, or it gets more painful before it gets less painful, because you're actually having to deal with life as it comes up instead of just numbing out.
Yeah.
Did you have an experience like that?
I did, and I agree with that. It gets a lot harder before it gets easier because you're having to learn basically how to do life all over again, because you think you know what you're doing, and you know how you mentioned it's usually happens in your 20s and 30s, right? So it's early mid 20s. You think you have stuff figured out, and then you're having to relearn how to do everything. It's like you forgot how to adult,
For sure. Yeah. Yeah.
and now you're having to do that while working with your spouse who's dealing with betrayal, and you're trying to figure out like, well, you're trying to understand and process like how they see it, and how it is that bad, and what you can do to try to make amends with the situation. And it takes a long time before you finally get to the point where you can sit back and say, hey, we made it through that,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, and the brain science suggests that it's a 2 to 5 year process to rewire the brain back to normal after a porn or sex addiction. And so you're kind of right in the middle of that, right? It's been 7 years for me, and like every 6 months I would be like, I think I'm good, I think I'm good, I think I'm good. And it's like exponential growth in those first, few months and years. But tell me about that. Like, do you have more clarity in life? Like, are you more motivated, less stressed? I mean, What
Yeah.
have you noticed, just patterns in your life that are different?
The motivation aspect. For a long time, I felt like I was spinning my wheels with work and never feeling satisfied with what I had, because I feel like the porn, like you want more and more and more, and that just filters into everything in your life. Like I need to make more money. I need to have the newest of news. You know what I mean? Getting rid of porn, like you learn contentment. You're like, hey, what I have is more than enough now. It's perfectly fine. And if I'm stressed about the situation, it's okay. I can take a deep breath. I can look at my options and make a decisive decision, as opposed to not making a decision and letting the situation choose for you.
Yeah,
You know?
totally. Yeah, you numb one emotion, you numb them all. So if all your emotions are numbed, you're not going to be able to feel or express gratitude or happiness or joy, because you're just numbing out the pain. You're numbing out, whatever it is that's keeping you stuck. But when you stop doing it, you can actually feel a full range of emotion,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yeah. That was another thing I had to learn too, is how to use your emotions and process them, because you get so used to numbing, especially for most men in this internet age. We're exposed to it really early on. So you condition yourself to numbing and not feeling anything for years and years and years. And then when you get rid of it, it's, again, learning how to do everything, learning how to feel,
Yeah.
how to what your emotions are and how to deal with those. It's a crazy process, and I'm still learning stuff to this day. I don't think I have
Yeah.
everything figured out, but
You never will. Nobody does.
yeah.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thanks
Yeah.
for having me, and thank you for what you're doing, because had I come across your TikTok whenever I had TikTok, I probably would have handled my situation differently, as opposed to her finding it. I probably would have been more open and vocal about what I was struggling with and I need help, versus
Yeah.
feeling isolated and like no one else is dealing with it. When you look at the statistics, I'm pretty sure it's like 9 out of 10 guys are dealing with this. So ladies in the comments, if your man says he's not, and you think he probably isn't, there's likely he's probably watching it. So
There
just a
might be
little
a
bit.
chance. Yeah.
Just a
Yeah.
small one.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. I try to be the guy that I wish I had when I was going through it, because I didn't know where to go or what to do or who to open up to. And so, it's like, if I can just be a little piece of somebody's story, great. I'm happy to be
Yeah,
there.
did you have someone when you were going through that with your wife? Did you have someone that you went to?
Yeah, so I actually had a guy who's a pastor, and he had his whole infidelity, alcoholism story that was out there probably 5 or 6 years before. No, it would have been 8 years before me. And I always knew that. I always knew he was there. I basically always knew if I ever was going to talk about this, he'd be the guy to do it with. But it wasn't until I was so convicted that I was sick and tired of living the way I was, that I'm like, I got to tell somebody. And so I called him and I said, hey, man, I got a problem. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, well, been watching porn and cheating on my wife, and I need to stop. I don't know what to do. And he was like, all right, great. We're going to work through this. Can't promise you anything that's going to happen with your marriage, but we're going to work through this. And we did. I'm still married. Same woman. Been married 12 or 13 years. But that's why it's so important to share our stories, because it does plant a seed with people. People listen. I heard his story 8 years before I had the courage to come forward and say, you know what, I got a story too.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, wow.
yeah.
That's awesome. What a testimony to the redemption of it and healing.
Absolutely, man.
So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
crazy.
just thanks again for what you're doing there.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you guys for sharing. Krista, you must be proud of him, huh?
I'm so proud. Honestly, like, I feel like so many women don't understand. You could have the absolute best marriage. I'm sure your wife feels the same. Like, our marriage is thriving, and I'm thankful for that time. And it just made us stronger, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's literally unbelievable to think of what can be restored. I just saw Pradeep's name. Pradeep, you here, man? It's unbelievable the restoration that can occur if both
Yeah.
people are willing to stick it out. Like, do I wish we went through all that again? I don't know. Probably not. It kind of sucked, but am I glad going through that, what it brought us to, yes, absolutely. It is so much better.
All
So,
of it, literally so much better. And it honestly is obtainable. I feel like when you're in it, because you're hurt and it's confusing and there's so many things you're learning, whatever it is, you kind of tell yourself like there's just no way that this is going to be better, but it is so much better on the other side. And so many people have experienced it, both men and women, you know?
yeah, totally. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for sharing. Love it.
All right, have a good one.
All right, see ya. All right, everybody, we're going to do a few deep breaths with Pradeep. Pradeep, you ready? Pradeep, how you doing, my friend? Pradeep.
Coach, can you hear me, Coach?
Yep, I got you, Pradeep. How are you? Do you have your breath?
Coach, I'm gonna reset. Coach, wait, I'm gonna
Yes.
reset.
Okay, reset.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Pradeep will be back. I guess he's kind of a regular. He comes on like once every 2 or 3 weeks, and he was on like a week ago, and it was the most hilarious interaction I think I've ever had. It was amazing. He was out of breath. We did a breathing exercise.
Hi, Coach. How are
Hey,
you? It's me.
Pradeep. Good. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good. Listen, Coach, I'm sorry about last time. Listen, something
sorry.
happened. I wasn't moving anything. My wife came home.
Oh, that's what happened. So your wife came home and you freaked out.
Yeah, but the damage was already done, Coach.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. She said,
Okay.
What are you doing? And I said, I'm talking to the coach.
Mm-hmm. What
And
happened?
yeah, and it was a whole thing, Coach. Now it's not. She said, please don't ever talk about this stuff again. So, Coach, I don't know what to do.
So she said, please don't ever talk about it again. And so you decided to come on here and talk about it again?
Yes, Coach, because I'm conflicted.
Okay. What are you conflicted about?
Well, because okay, so now how do you say the chicken is out of the bag.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what do we do from here, Coach?
Okay, so she knows about the porn. What about the other women? Does she know about the other women?
No, Coach, I have decided that I'm no longer going to be doing this.
You're no longer going to be doing what? Watching porn?
Yeah, because how do you say that? I have been caught red-handed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
this is not good, Coach. What do you think?
Okay, well, I think it's not good. And it's an invitation for you to live your life differently and change and apologize, repent to her, and make a commitment to change going forward. And if you actually want to do that, you can do that. Is that something you're up for?
Coach, I have to try this for a week and I will let you know. I'm going to try my absolute best. I promise you, Coach. I'm going to do, how do you say? I'm going to cut it all out, Coach, like clean carbs. No carbs after 9 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
For
All right.
me.
What about the other women?
Yeah, Coach. That one is not conditional. That is I'm putting my foot down.
So will there be no other women as well?
Coach, you are putting me in a predicament.
No. I just want to know what you're wanting here. Like, are you wanting to really cut all this out?
Yeah, Coach, she's, how do you say, the moon of my mind. So I don't want to potentially, Coach, because, how do you feel about this, Coach? When I was talking to you, she walked in the room and she said, who are you talking to? And I said, I am talking to my coach. And she said, what kind of coach? And Coach, to be honest, I am not a good, how do you say, put up a front. I cannot do this.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot do this too long. So it became a thing,
Okay, so you told her you've been watching porn.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, she assumed.
Okay. Did you come clean with her on everything you've done?
Yeah, 100%, everything.
Everything?
Yeah. Okay. Everything. Yeah.
Pradeep, look.
Coach.
Let me. Can I teach you a phrase that will help you in every aspect of your life?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
whatever happens as a consequence of telling the truth is the best thing that can happen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
I follow. Whatever the consequence. Sorry, coach. Whatever the.
just tell the truth.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Coach, I'm going to be a new man. Okay. I will be back for you and give you an update in what is the time right now where you are? Like 7 7 p.m.
It's 9:33 p.m. where I live.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, coach.
But
Right now, I will be. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, coach. Sorry, I didn't cut you off. Sorry.
That's right. Here's how you do this: is she has to know everything. It's
Yeah.
called disclosure. So you have to tell her everything. What did you do? Who did you do with it? Who did you do it with? Where were you? What were you watching? How frequently were you watching it? What type of content were you watching?
Yeah.
Why were you watching that? When did you start watching it? How many times a day or a week or a month did you masturbate? When did that start? And first, I would recommend writing it down. So it's called doing a disclosure. If you do a staggered disclosure, which is where you kind of get a little bit of it out at a time, it makes things worse.
Oh. Okay, coach. Can you keep talking? I'm going to listen to you, but I think I'm in the danger zone right now. Okay, so I'm going to keep listening. Okay.
Is she there?
Yes, coach. Yes, I have to keep
Can
it.
we
Yes.
can we get her on here?
Coach, you are asking for too much right now. I'm going to get my, how do you say, you are going to put me in a really weird position here if I,
I'm not going to get you in any position, okay? If you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk. But here's the thing, man. There's a
you are going to,
conversation that needs to be had with her. And the question is, when will you have that honest conversation? I'm not saying you need to do it right now. I got it. But what's it going to take?
yeah, coach, I will let you know, okay? I will have to talk with her. And then
Okay.
I will have,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. So tell
Okay,
her
sorry.
everything. Come back and tell me how it goes, okay?
Okay, be right back, coach.
Okay, bye. Is he trolling? Like I feel like this guy either he's serious and he's just hilarious while not trying to be, or he's like Borat. Like, is this Sacha Baron Cohen? Kind of looks like him a little bit. I could go either way. Either way, I'm here for it. I gotta go pee again. Give me a minute. I'll be back. All right. What's on his page, Faith Duncan? Did I ever make my? No, I'm not going to. I've been down the whole urology thing like 10 years ago, and they're like, stop drinking so much water and caffeine. So I don't think there's anything there. I just drink a lot of water. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, what's up?
Hopefully, when I put into this program, get some help, because what I'm hearing at first, I admit, I thought it was just a random coincidence that I'm already seeking therapy, and I appreciate what you're doing for a lot of guys like myself, because for a while, I admit, I thought it was like a joke, and unfortunately, it led to separation where I'm in a position where it really is an addiction. You do them for boredom, you do them, and one day you just wake up and realize this is really killing you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm sorry to hear that, and it's not a joke. Okay, we do have fun here sometimes with the guests, but I'm a real porn coach, and I know you schedule an appointment. You put it in the chat, so it's not like it's private. And I look forward to chatting with you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you again.
Yeah.
Mostly wanting to let people know, as I mentioned, I am embarrassed of it, but it's a real addiction where it. There's times where you wake up, like I was saying, and I'll admit, it's not my first time that it's happened, but it really led me to cheat. And sometimes I would look like, what am I doing? I'm leaving this person that cares about you, even family and friends, for this weird addiction where you're just like, no, it's not an addiction, but honestly, it is. It leads to things that you didn't want to do, and you just want more and more, and we realize the consequences are too late when it happens.
Yeah, totally, man. So are you married still currently?
Yeah, but I filed for separation myself because it was not easy. But at the same time, I knew that she deserved to be happy where I need to heal.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have kids?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been struggling with it?
For years, and I realized I think it started when I took it as a bandage to heal from previous trauma, and that didn't help obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I want you to know you don't have to share anything here, right? I know we're going to chat, so if you want to keep chatting, I'm happy to. So don't feel like you need to. But are you okay to answer a few more questions?
Yeah, of course. Anything that helps everybody.
Yeah. What trauma did you experience that you're referring to?
One day I caught myself realizing, like, what am I doing? I'm not even doing it for self-pleasure at this point. It was out of like boredom. And another one was unable to comprehend an actual relationship, let alone when I was married, being romantic anymore. It was just more like I couldn't even grasp reality, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How old are you?
Just turned 28.
Okay. Yeah. How were you first exposed to pornography?
I didn't even know about it until I was 19. So.
Oh wow. It's
Yeah.
pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any abuse in your past?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
No. Like me abusing like drugs or stuff, or me being
No,
abused myself.
you being abused yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, and what about your family life growing up? Were your parents together, divorced? Was it
Uh,
an abusive household?
divorced.
Divorced. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. It sounds like you've been wrestling with this for a while, and you're new on the journey of saying, "Hey, I want to do something different." And what it's going to require is diving into those wounds of your past, and figuring out what got you to this point, and then taking a look at your life and saying, "Well, where did I change course, and what do I need to do differently here to heal what's going on, to heal what got you to this point?" Have you done any of that work yet? Like, bringing up the wounds of the past?
Yeah, it's I tell everybody it's a lot of work. I'm already in therapy for already, like you mentioned, for that abuse stuff because it comes up, and I'm realizing I always move an addiction to another addiction, but it's more like I grab the ball when I need help and I drop it just for what I think is another medication to treat that issue.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been doing that?
My therapy was on and off, but I'm telling people to stick with it. It's just the basics, though, how insurance can be and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But stick with it and stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to stick with it. KK, that's a good question. With the wounds of the past stuff, once you identify the cause, what happens after? So I'm reading this book called To Be a Man I actually wouldn't recommend this as like a first book. It's a good book. I'd recommend Unwanted first, but it's all about finding the wound, the root of the issue, and then healing that. Just a small excerpt from this book, which is very intense. This guy says, in my work with men, I've not yet heard a sexual fantasy or pornographic pull that was not directly and clearly related to childhood and or adolescent dynamics. And I'd say my experience is the same. And here's the interesting part. The hard part isn't connecting the dots, meaning figuring out what happened and how it connects. The hard part isn't connecting the dots, but taking action based on such insight, action that deepens our integrity. So figuring out what happened, connecting it to today is not the hard part in this person's opinion, but it's now, what do we do with that? And I love how he puts that, because I say that all the time. Therapy oftentimes is drawing awareness from the past, which is useful and needed. However, awareness without action is useless. Awareness without action is useless. What are we going to do with this awareness? How can we use it to create something new going forward? And that's what I get all jazzed up about is, all right, now we got the stuff on the table. How can we rewire what we're doing going forward? So there's a lot to that, to being able to uncover the wounds, and then it's really hard to actually move forward because it means we have to let go of some of these limiting beliefs that we formed as a result of these experiences. So, Beastie, I don't know your name, but nice chatting with you, man. What are you, I also say to people, my goal is not to save a relationship. I can't do that. It's to help you get on the right track. It's to help you, be the man that you know that you can be, and you've been putting that aside for so long. And so, we'll have a call, and who knows how far we'll get in that, but there's hope for you, man. It takes a tremendous amount of courage to start on this path, because what you have to do is say, I was wrong. I did this wrong. Now I'm addicted. I got myself into a hole, and I'm hurting the people around me, and enough is enough. And that takes a lot of humility to do that, man.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. And you're right, it's not easy. And the key thing I tell people, and I notice at least behavior-wise, is we just want to win. And I think that's the problem. We just want to be right. So that's where my causation was. And I'm pulling away that at this point, I'm okay to be humble and humble myself. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm wrong about a lot of things, and I'm willing to learn and just shut up and just hear people out. Mm-hmm. So thank you again.
Yeah, man. Thanks for chatting. Look forward to having the call with you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, you too. See you, man. Pradeep, where'd you go, man? Is he gone? Derek, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up?
Not much.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop in here. I know that there was that the Krista guy was talking about. Yeah, was talking about his success, and I wanted to quickly chime in. I won't take up too much of your time because I know there are people in the request that are dealing with some pretty serious stuff. But I've been porn free for about 2.5 to 3 years, give or take. And thank you. And I've actually been masturbation free for around a year and a half.
Are you single?
I am not. I'm married.
Okay.
And it's been, there are challenging moments from both aspects. But one of the biggest things that turned my life around in my relationship with my wife, and realistically the foundation of my relationship with my Lord, Jesus Christ. I have a strong faith now, but was just understanding that when you get that self-relief, when you go outside of your marriage and you look for an external resource to satisfy yourself, to answer the question, I believe it's cheating. But two, to understand that you as an individual are robbing your relationship of the intimacy that your relationship could have. And I don't want to be on a soapbox, but I just wanted to chime in and kind of, express that that importance, because I can't tell you the amount of times where I would literally almost, and this is going to be a little bit vulgar, but I would almost be I would kind of be mid, self-pleasure, and I would stop myself and, just naturally, the wife and I would be intimate that night. And then I look back at those situations and I understand it's like, had I gotten that release, I know that the situations wouldn't have evolved into that point. And so, I just kind of wanted to quickly express that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, man. That's awesome. And look, every one of my lives is so different. It's so fascinating. Great job on having the awareness to do that and then still gritting it out and stopping masturbating, because you're like, even when I start to do this, it takes away from the intimacy we have in our relationship. And what I'm hearing you say is you're like, you didn't want that. You wanted to reserve that for just you and her, which is so much better.
Yeah. And a chat, I was not caught. It's, I'll say this phrasing just from a analogy standpoint, which I completely disagree with. Its literal sense, but I had what some might consider a fairly healthy relationship with porn. It wasn't something that I did crazy often, maybe once, twice a week. But even that small exposure was very unhealthy, and would just lead to so much distance in our marriage. And also, we were in the process of having a child. And one thing that scared me was, what if I waste a good opportunity to create life? And that was a really powerful foundation to work off of. And then, of course, again, there have been moments where I was about to give in to my flesh, and I literally would just be physically out loud say, Jesus, please take this from me, because I'm weak. I'm a man, and I think I need this, but I know you have done so much more than this. So just please literally take this. And then before you know it, I'd get a text, or somebody would knock on the door, or I'd get a call, or the dog would bark, and, just boom. And then you'd be out of the situation. And then before you know it, it's, you're on to the next day and you're on fighting. And, I frequent different Reddit subreddits, porn free and nofap and those type. And there was a person who fairly recently commented that they were doing nofap, and they had mentioned that, they were like, well, I failed. And the reference point that I made was, for somebody who, you get all that point where you don't look at porn for so long, and then you look at porn and you're like, oh no, what did I do? I'm starting over. Everything, has fallen apart and I failed. And it's you have to think of yourself as somebody who participates in going to the gym. If you work out for 3 months straight and then you miss a day that you expect to go to the gym, you don't automatically lose all that progress that you've built, that strength that you've built up. Obviously, getting back into the rhythm is going to be a little more complicated, and it's going to be hard. But I just want to encourage those out there, and I commend you on what you do. So many people are impacted, and they don't even realize how much it's impacting their life because it's glossed over. It's, oh, my wife's in bed. She doesn't even know I do it. It's not a big deal. It doesn't impact our relationship. But, you never know what your relationship could be if you rob yourself of that opportunity by going outside of your marriage and looking at porn.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, for sure, man. I like to say that relapse is only a failure if you don't learn from it and if you don't keep moving forward. Right? Does it happen? Sure. Do we want it to happen? No. But, okay, well, we're going to learn from it. We're going to keep moving forward. And if we see that happening less and less, we're in a good spot.
Yeah. So words of encouragement. I know you got a lot of other people to talk to, so I appreciate your time and keep on doing what you're doing. And those in chat, man, you got to stay strong. And if you need help, there are people out there who will happily do that. So God bless.
Yep. Thanks for sharing, man. See ya. Look at that. All these people tonight. Nobody's really debating or arguing tonight. Does anybody want to argue? I love a good argument or debate. He's not a coach. If he was, he wouldn't be giving advice publicly on a private subject. Notice, Ustu, I actually haven't given one piece of advice tonight. I don't give advice. I ask questions. All right, who's next? Oh, you're a master debater? Dang. Okay, I'll get you next, Fawcett.
Hello?
Randy Lee. Hi there. How's it going?
Hey, how are you? It's actually me and my husband. We've been watching for a little bit now.
Hold on real quick. Ustu, he actually said he was going to, and I affirmed it. I didn't. Yeah, anyways. Keep talking. I'll ban you in just a minute. Okay, so you and your husband have been watching. Sweet. Tell me more.
So I'll go ahead. So I'm a sex addict. I noticed on here, I just want to kind of comment on this. There are groups out there. I currently go to SAA meetings, so Sex Addicts Anonymous. Been doing that for a little over a year. I've been porn free for a little over a year now. And you know, to all these guys struggling on here, those groups are completely free. Just, I'm nothing against you, man. I know you got your thing going.
Yeah.
You know,
talk about it all the time. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you live in the United States of America, there's a group near you. So,
Yep. Well, there's Zoom groups. Yeah. SA groups.
Yeah.
Is definitely one resource. And if you think, I can't afford to begin recovery, I don't have time, you can. There's free groups out there. My groups cost money. If money's the issue, go join an SAA group. No problem. Yes.
Yeah. I know a lot of guys who are, I have 2 kids, so my time is limited, full-time job and stuff. I still go to meetings. I've heard this thing, 90 meetings in 90 days type thing, passed on. So if you have the time to do that, it does take a while. Depending on your lifestyle, you can do it. That's a goal. To answer the question though, is porn cheating? Yes. If you would ask me that year ago, probably would have said no. Started off when I was 10 years old with porn. I know like a lot of people, it's so young. And I'm like, yeah, well, in the world that we live in, you'll be surprised. Older boys in my neighborhood when I was 10 years old showed me porn. Yeah. And everyone did it. My dad did it. I thought that's what men do. So that's the household that I grew up in. And so nothing was wrong. In fact, most of my girlfriends when I was teenagers, they were like, yeah, all the guys do it. Like, it was just like this normal thing. So I feel a lot of these comments on here, and it's like people are surprised. And I'm like, this is an epidemic that is affecting men across the world. And you don't even know what's happening to you.
What got you to the point of making change in your life?
My wife.
Is she forcing you to be on here too? Are you safe? Blink twice.
No. She's not forcing me. I told her I would go on here because we made a lot of progress, but I have, I went to the military, and a lot of my teenage and early 20 years was isolation, loneliness. I left the state I went to and went to a different country, not knowing a single person, and was away from my home for years. So porn was there, and it was a way for me to get my rocks off. And it was just, I was under this idea that was normal. And then I meet my wife, and she was the first woman that says, I don't like porn. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I really liked her, we were dating. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I lied to her face and said, I'll stop porn. And I tried. And then I would always go back into like this, doing this cycle, and, thinking, oh, it's not a big deal. That's what I would tell myself, and then, she'd find out, and then we would fight, and then I would tell her I wouldn't do it. And we would just keep on doing this big circle. And eventually it got to a point where she put her foot down and said, I will leave, and I need you to do it. Like, do you want to be here in this relationship? Do you want, we have kids together, we own a house together, there's, ours is complicated, and, I don't want to lose my family. And that was definitely a thing. And then, reading into it, going into podcast and, Spotify, listening to them, and then really doing the research behind it. And she did it with me. And so my wife didn't like attack me when we had our D-Day, is what, was what they call it in SAA. She didn't like attack me. She just talked to me calmly about it. And at first I got super defensive because, but then I realized, she's trying to have a conversation with me, because she could have gotten mad and started screaming at me and hit me. She wanted to. But, it's the way she went about it and approached me, because she knew I was doing it for a while before she actually like confronted me about it.
Yeah. Well, and notice too how much power, Randy Lee, that you had that maybe you were sitting on until you're like, no, I'm dropping the hammer. Enough is enough. And it sounds like you did it very gracefully. You met him where he was, and you're like, hey, this has to stop. And he responded. Not that it should have been your responsibility, right? You didn't cause that, but like you were able to be with him through that, and you can lead a horse to water. And he chose to drink.
Yeah, I mean it's been a long road. I'd say we've been together for just about 10 years, and we have 2 kids. And really, it was after our second kid was born 2 years ago, and I was like, you see it happening, and I saw the history, even though he thought he deleted it. Like, I saw all the things, and I just didn't think like I'm just not up for this fight right now. And then it got to a point where I was like, well, this sucks. Like, I can't continue to beat myself up over this. And so I was like, listen, I know about it. Don't lie to me. Like, if you're going to work on it, then let's work on it. But if you're not, like, then allow me to help myself move on, And it was really rough. Like, I wouldn't even say it was like, yes, I met him at grace with that, but I also got really upset and angry and like resentful. And I still feel like I go through those moments. Even though he hasn't done anything, I still feel like I almost have flashbacks of certain things. Like, we could be watching a movie and you don't know, like new movies, you don't know when something's going to happen, And sometimes when it happens, I'm like, what the hell? And I have to check myself. Like, it's just a movie. He's not doing anything wrong. We didn't know it was in this movie, but
we try to avoid that.
We do try and avoid that. I mean, I try.
Happen.
Yeah, it is. And so, it's been a really long journey. I think that we're still kind of in recovery phase. I wouldn't say it's completely over. Especially even with me, just like being honest with myself about how, like, honestly, I was really mean to him a good 6 months after. And it is really hard. It's not even like, yes, forgiving him is a whole thing, but forgiving myself for being so cruel to him was also another thing I'm going through.
Yeah.
So it just takes time.
Well, that's the betrayal talking, right? There's so much anger that happens, and anger is a very resourceful emotion pointing you towards something else. Anger towards to aggression, okay, that can be a problem when you're being mean and saying things that you might regret. But, on the other hand, irrational behavior or an abnormal response to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. So
yeah. No, I appreciate you having us come on. I just wanted to share that. I know it's a lot of people that come on here and it's like they're just starting their recovery journey, and like you guys are gonna go on there and you're gonna look online and you're gonna see, there's groups that can help you for sure. And therapy is very expensive, so if you're not in an area where you can do it, there is a free group out there, right? Yep. Like, because not everyone has thousands of dollars to just spend. And
then another thing too, like, to kind of piggyback off of that, with everyone kind of, possibly making like internal excuses for themselves, like, and it's just a saying, but like, if there's a will, there's a way. And it really truly is a thing. Cause like, there's a lot of different resources out there that we even had to learn about because, therapy really wasn't an option. We were on a very big budget because, we have young children and daycare's like a second mortgage. And so it is what it is, you know what I mean? But like, we read about it together, we talked a lot. And I think that's what a lot of it comes down to as well, is open communication and sometimes repeating the same conversations to get closure or to even get growth.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when there's a will, there's a way. Therapy is expensive. Not doing therapy is expensive. Not
Yeah.
It takes time to do groups. It costs money to do groups, but not doing it is very expensive as well. I had a guy once, I'll never forget this one. One of early on, one of my first calls, he spent like 50 grand from his retirement account on OF and whatever else. And then I was like, all right, well, if you want to join my group, it's $99 a month. And he's like, I can't afford it. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're not committed.
Yeah.
You're not done yet.
Yeah,
You're still
Yeah, and that's
doing
the
this
thing
behavior.
too. Like, you know, maybe $99 a month sounds expensive, right? But damn, you go out to eat 3-4 times a month sometimes. You know, maybe you go to the theater, maybe you go out with your friends. Who knows?
It's all about commitment.
It's all
what they're
about
committed to.
priority. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
All right. See you guys. Lot of couples tonight sharing some great stories. Yeah. And so look, like they said, SAA, I'll let you up next, Fawcett. SAA, they have free groups online. My groups are different than SAA. Neither one is good, bad, right, or wrong. It's not better or worse. They're different. I have guys in my groups who literally have SAA groups right after my groups or vice versa. I have guys who have been SAA for years, and then they join one of my groups, and they're like, oh, this is so refreshing. I'm so glad to have this. And I have guys who are in my groups, and then they'll say, hey, it's time to move to SAA. No problem. If you want to get help, get help. If money's an issue, join a free online SAA group, but do something. If you want to see what's important to somebody, look at where they're spending their time and their money, and that will tell you what's important to them. There's no reason why you can't start doing work today. All right, Fawcett. What's going on? Oh, right. We got someone with a camera on. Thank you. It's like I'm talking to a real human being. What's going on?
Finally. So just 3 things before I start. Number one, your camera is amazing. I don't know what setup you got, what $1 trillion. It's probably from all the $99 subscriptions you got, but you look like you're from 20 minutes in the future. That's how clear the camera is.
Thanks, man. Well, it's not that hard. I use TikTok Live Studio, and I have a camera going into OBS, so you can use whatever camera you want.
But I need 10,000 followers for that, so I got to get up there.
Once you get to 10,000, you can do it. Yeah. All right. Point number 2.
Okay. So number two. What do you call it? I want to. How do I put this? It's so refreshing to hear this side of things so candidly about people who have lost a lot of things to, this. Adult films and stuff like that, because you normally never hear it, or you hear it anonymously and people are kind of capping. But like here, you can hear people actually have like wives and lives outside of just like sitting in their room and So it's thank you very much for this show. I know there's gonna be a ton of people that want to tell you the same thing, but thank you for the show.
Yeah, thank
you. But the third thing, and this is before I actually get to I wanted to discuss the thing you actually have up here.
Yeah.
So the third thing is thank you very much for what you're doing. This should be illegal throughout the whole land. Just thank you for at least giving some people that arm, that stretch out, to touch people, no homo.
Now you're going to get me banned. All right, go ahead.
Sorry. No. Okay. All right. So here's the question I have. So I don't believe so. I don't believe I say no to what you have written up here. I've been waiting. Even after what I've heard from those people, I still do not believe it is considered cheating. So I want to go on there. So you want to take it away? Or?
Sure, yeah. I mean, are you in a relationship?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is the default expectation in a committed relationship when it comes to sexuality and what the boundaries of the relationship are?
You stay with that one person.
And only that one person?
Yes, you stay with them physically, yes.
Okay. What if it's another person on a screen?
That's a person on the screen. Depictions on a screen are not real life.
Am I real life?
Yes, you are, but the problem is this is a live recording. This is a live stream, not a recording.
Okay. So would OF be cheating?
No, because those are depictions on a screen.
No, they can be live streams.
Okay, but still, these are depictions that are physically separated by an electronic barrier. This isn't me going out to my next door neighbor, Veronica or whatever, and being like, "Hey, girl," like back in the 1920s. You know what I'm trying to say?
How is it different? If you made an agreement with another person to say, "I'm only committed to you, mind, body, and soul," and then you deviate from that, you go away from that. Your intent is to go away from that with another person on a screen, a strip club, OF, something like that. How would that not be going against the agreement?
because as I understand it, and again, I might be wrong. I'm going to admit that first and foremost before we start this. I might just be wrong, and that's why I wiped on this stream, because I've never had this conversation with people. But how do I put this? It's not because there's no physical aspect to it. It's the same reason why I can play Call of Duty and I don't get PTSD, because I know it's not right in front of me.
Do you masturbate while you play Call of Duty?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you masturbate while you play Call of Duty?
No.
All right, it's a totally different thing, man. The intent of playing Call of Duty is entertainment. The intent of watching porn is to get a sexual release.
Correct, but okay. How do I put this? Yes, but it's still a fantasy. It is not real. It's not that person right in front of you. If that's the case,
but hold on. Call of Duty literally isn't real. People on the screen, like, I'm a real person, right?
Yes, this is the live stream. Yes, difference.
Yeah, Call of Duty it's make believe fantasy. It's animation. When you're watching porn, you're watching a real person.
Yes. So, but the issue is, okay, so let's wrap it, or let's say for something else. When I watch a war movie, those are real people acting. When I watch Saving Private Ryan, those were real actors. I don't get PTSD from that.
Do you masturbate while you watch that stuff?
No.
It's different. Pornography is defined as imagery usually depicting an organ or multiple organs of a person with the erotic intent to arouse. It's just categorically different. I see the argument you're trying to make, but it's apples and oranges.
Okay. So what's another piece of media that we use to arouse ourselves while we watch it? I mean, we arouse our heart rate while watching action. That doesn't mean.
Let's go back to the agreement of the relationship. Say you're in a relationship, like you have parents. Well, everybody has parents, right? Yes. If your mom or dad was like masturbating, if you walked in on them masturbating, this might be a terrible analogy, but you'll get the point. If you walk in on one of your parents, if you walk in on one of your parents masturbating while watching somebody else, or maybe they have a picture or video that somebody else gave them, would you think that's a problem? Would you be like, hey, Dad, what are you doing? Or, hey, Mom, what are you doing?
No, because, again, that's a depiction of someone that, first off, we have no connection to. That's the thing is, too, is a lot of this is completely impersonal.
What if somebody gave it to them?
Again, the person that they're depicting, are you talking like the next door neighbor gave photos to, you know, my mom or something?
Sure.
Then that be a little, see, now that is, the difference being is because that is a foreground for the inevitable, you know, the cream of the crop, the actual action being happening. If you're next door or you actually have access to this person, that's a little bit different. But if you have no access to the person you're actually looking at, it's no different than looking at swimsuit models at Victoria's Secret. There's no way you're going to be able to get with that person. So
why would you do that? If you're in a relationship, why would you do that? Why would you go masturbate to somebody else who's not your partner, who you have said that you're committed to them and only them? What would be the benefit in your relationship to go masturbate to a swimsuit model?
So for 3 reasons, and I can rattle them off the top of my head. Number 1, gratification. Say our partners aren't gratifying us. We're men. At the end of the day, we wish we could have 4 women.
Hold on. I'm going to request you speak using I statements. Don't loop me into your thinking.
Okay. I theoretically, for gratification. I mean, say our partner isn't ready, isn't willing. Men are creatures of need, of want. So if my partner isn't ready, where else am I going to go get it? You know, like, all right.
So if your partner isn't ready and it's a need, could you expand upon that need? What's the need?
Yes. So a need, if I'm correct, what's the name of that triangle? Hold on 1 second.
Well, look up whatever you want. Look up whatever you want, but I guarantee masturbating while watching other people have sex is not on that triangle.
It's under intimacy, sense of connection. Number 3, love and belonging, behind food, water, shelter, and then property.
Does it say masturbating while watching other people have sex?
No.
Okay. So it's different. Okay. So let's say Maslow's hierarchy of needs is correct. Let's just say that that's true. Still, masturbating while watching other people have sex is not part of that.
Okay, but gratification sexually is. You're an animal who craves to reproduce. And if my only partner is not going to, if I'm solely devoted to a single person and my partner's not going to do it, why can't I look elsewhere? For another example,
here's the question. If you believe that to be true, why make that commitment to another partner?
You mean why make that commitment to someone else?
Why, if that's your belief, that you need to go do all this stuff, why would you make a commitment to another person that says it's only the two of us? I'm committed to you and only you.
There's only one. Okay, how do I put this? 95% of relationships in American society aren't that way. Like a lot of people aren't.
Can you cite your source on that one?
Yes, like literally half of them. I can probably, if you walk into Walmart right now and see the couples that walk in there, half of those people are only together because they're lazy or lustful. They are not there for anything else. Like
you're very skilled at dodging the questions. Okay,
go ahead.
And by the way, I love the conversation. All right.
Yeah, no worries.
If your belief is that you need to go be at a minimum promiscuous with other people, why would you commit to one person in a relationship and say, hey, it's me and you only? Why not just don't do that and do whatever you want?
The reason being is because even if you're going to commit yourself 100% to a person that you know and love, there's still going to be times where you cannot access them 100% of the time. And there are needs that you have that will never go away.
Okay. What about self-control?
Self-control for something that's a psychological need. That's like saying have self-control with food, have self-control with water, with sleep.
Which is a very good thing to have self-control with food.
Correct. But when I need it, I don't have to rely solely on my partner to cook it for me. I can go get it somewhere else. So if that's not considered cheating.
Do you masturbate while you look at the food?
I don't get what pleasuring yourself has to do with this. That's the one thing I don't. It's a false dichotomy.
It's different, man. You're trying to take sex. You're trying to make these comparisons that are just different. But here's the thing: like, what do you think would be the most honoring thing for your partner or a hypothetical future partner? To maybe wait and have self-control and wait for them, or have a conversation around what's going on with sexuality, or just to go, quote, get your need met and masturbate while watching somebody else? What would be the most honoring and loving thing for your partner?
It would be to stay with my partner, but we don't.
So
live
why
in
not
that.
do that? So why not strive to do that?
We don't live in those honorable societies no more. But I'm gonna
hold on.
deflect.
Are you speaking for me and you, or are you speaking for yourself?
For like the 95% of people in America.
Well, do you want to be the 95%, or do you want to be the 1% who strives to do better?
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing them? Ladies and gentlemen, are you hearing them? That's a very good point. I want to be part of the 1%. But
okay, so why not do that? So then why not do that?
Because the other thing I could probably bring up is that we don't believe that our partner actually deserves full compatibility, full 100%. Like that's another thing I could probably bring up. A lot of people don't probably believe their partner deserves 100%, and 9 times out of 10 they don't. So that's the other reason why I probably think why people do it is because they don't look at their partner as a 100%. So I have 2 other things, by the way. I just want to go down this
well,
line.
Okay. I mean, look. So are you speaking for other people? Or are you speaking for yourself in your relationships? Like, wouldn't you? What is love? Let's talk about that. What is love?
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
So here's a definition I love about love: is the willful surrender of power for the sake of another. So if I feel like I want something, or I'm entitled to something, but it wouldn't be the best thing for my partner, you know what? Now I got to look at what would be the most loving thing to do. I'm going to put my need aside for the sake of my partner.
Okay.
If I maybe don't feel like she deserves a 10 out of 10 right now, you know what? I still love her. So I'm going to do that, or strive to do that to the best of my ability.
Okay.
Right? And again, nobody's perfect, right? But again, the question is, what are you wanting for your life, for your relationship, for your connections? I think that's the framing I'd invite you into here. Is you can make all these arguments all day long, okay, and I'm here for it. But the question is, like, what are you wanting? How is this attitude serving you in your life?
Ideally, most men don't want to ever look at porn because they want to have a woman they actually 100%. They want to be disgusted by the thought of even looking at another woman. But we're not programmed that way. Sadly, we're fallen people. So that's the ideal. But we're not the ideal.
Well, we can strive towards it. You're absolutely right. There's an ideal, and then everybody falls short of that. But then we can strive towards being on that path towards, okay, you know what? This would be the best thing, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to strive to do this.
Okay. So now the second thing I had was, hold on, I have it written down. Sorry, I was on the thing for a minute.
That's all right.
Okay. Now, if we're talking solely about a monogamous relationship, this does not make sense. Can we go out of the bounds real quick, or should we keep it monogamous?
Well, let me just say what I say about that is if you're in a committed monogamous relationship with another person and you've said something like, I love you and only you, mind, body, and soul till death do us part, if you deviate from that, it's cheating. And people who say, oh, we watch porn and we're monogamous, what I say to that is you may not be as monogamous as you think. But go ahead.
Okay. So that's actually bringing up couples that watch it together. You're actually going down the path I want to know. What about couples that consent to each other? They allow each other to look at porn. Are they mutually cheating on one another? And in that case, doesn't that cancel out? How would that work? We're talking about the power imbalance of one man.
I wouldn't say it's cheating. If they agreed that there's other people in the relationship, it's not cheating.
Okay. So if they both consent, then it's not cheating.
But it's also not monogamy.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I just want to make sure of that. I just want to make sure of that because I know some people would want to try to cross you with that. But thank you for stating that.
They do it all the time. They come on and they'll say that and they'll be like, mic drop. And then I'm like, yeah, I agree.
Thank you. That's one of those. Thank you for that.
Yeah. But you're not as monogamous as you think you are. You're not as monogamous as you think you are. It may not be cheating, but the question is it right? Is it serving you well? Is it honoring of your partner?
And then the third thing I had was. Okay. Isn't physical is 99% of the action of cheating. Now that's what most of us believe. Physical is 99.9% of it.
Okay, so let's say that's true. Then tell me precisely at what point does it become cheating?
When you stick it in.
Okay, so insertion is the precise point when it becomes cheating. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so everything up until that, clothes are coming off, we're saying dirty things, and the eggplant's making a beeline. It's still not cheating, still not cheating, still not cheating. Now it's cheating?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
That's how most people would interpret it. Majority, yes.
You think most people would interpret it as penetration is the point of cheating?
Yes. In any way, shape, or form, or any act sexually. Okay. You know what I'm trying to say?
Where are you getting when you're saying things like that's how most people would agree with you? Where are you getting that from? That most people would agree with that?
I mean,
like, have you polled people? Have you polled people, or is this just your opinion that you're applying to more?
I mean, if we look at society objectively, most people don't believe talking to another woman is cheating. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think most people believe that.
Exactly. So words are not considered cheating. We wouldn't consider having female friends cheating.
No. I'm saying I'm disagreeing with the fact that most people wouldn't believe that.
So you're saying most people would see anything less than penetration still as cheating?
No, I'm not going to look.
Go ahead. Sorry. There's something more going on here. Go ahead. You go first.
There's emotional cheating. There's physical cheating. There's intent. There's a lot that goes into it than just the act of penetration. There's so much more to it. Like sexting. Is sexting cheating? Like if you found out, say you have a girlfriend. Do you have a girlfriend?
Haven't been really good with them, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, pretend like I do.
Okay. If you have a girlfriend and she's just getting pictures of other people's eggplants all day long.
Yeah.
What would you be like, huh? Would you be like, let me see those eggplants? Or would you be like, why are you looking at other people's eggplants? As long as the eggplant isn't, going in, then it's totally fine.
because that's behavior that can be corrected. That's behavior because you can do things about it.
That's a separate issue.
Well, it's not because nothing has been lost in that situation. All because people are sending you photos doesn't mean anything has been lost. Your virtue, your body has not been touched. Your mentality might be slightly altered because you get to see the other options out there. But I don't see how I don't see how getting eggplants is considered cheating. I can
How
see
much
how
porn do you
sending
watch?
them, probably like once a day, maybe.
Okay. For how long has that been going on for?
What year is it? 13 years.
Okay, so for 13 years, you've been watching porn at least once a day, more or less, right? I'm sure there's seasons where
on
it
average, yeah,
fluctuates.
yeah.
Here's the thing: is what we look at affects our desire. It also affects our beliefs.
Okay.
Right. So like you're committed to this, man. You love porn.
I
However,
wouldn't say I
porn.
love it.
Okay. Well, do you love it or do you not love it?
It's just kind of something holding me over till I get the real thing. So.
Well, here's the thing: is that's not going to work. It actually gets you farther away from the real thing. I'll use the Snickers bar analogy. Say you eat a strawberry, delicious, plump, red strawberry. It tastes so good, right?
Okay.
Like a good, delicious strawberry. You eat a strawberry, it's like, man, that's good. Imagine you eat 10 Snickers bars, and then you eat a strawberry. The strawberry kind of tastes like shit after the 10 Snickers bars.
Yeah,
because
sugar, yeah,
the
sugar.
chemicals, the fake synthetic nature of the Snickers bar ruins your taste buds so that when you have the real thing, you're like, this is awful. I don't even like this. Why would I have a strawberry? I can just have Snickers bars. The problem with Snickers bars is you have to keep having more Snickers bars to be satiated. And that's what porn is.
I'm sorry. The problem I see with that is that most men, and again, I know you're going to say, oh, are you speaking for us? But a majority of men that don't have this addiction understand that what they see on a screen versus what they get in real life are two different things. They get a fantasy there, but they get the real thing.
That's what they say. That's what they say, but the data suggests, the brain science suggests that you can't tell the difference. And it's problematic. And then you get you don't even know what real intimacy is. Like the problem with the Snickers bar analogy is if you actually had real intimacy, real true sexual intimacy with a whole person, you wouldn't even know what to do with it because it's so foreign. And I've been there, man. Look, I watched porn for 20 years. Real life intimacy with a woman is so much better when there's no porn involved because it's actually the real thing. It's not tainted by a synthetic view of sexuality and porn. The problem with porn is it reduces a person down to just their sexual value. Do people have sexual value? Yes. Are people much more than their sexual value? Yes. Porn reinforces that people only have sexual value and that's all you can begin to see. But people are much more than that.
I can see where you're coming from. I get it. And I get it because a lot of these men, especially nowadays, they start from the time before they even start getting intimate. They start before they even start hitting puberty. So I can kind of see how that molds.
Do you think that's a problem?
Life.
That hardcore porn is shown to kids before they're even hitting puberty? On average, kids are shown porn or exposed to porn by 13. Most of them 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. Do you think that's what we should be doing? Again, there's ideal, which is nobody would ever see porn, in my opinion. And then there's reality. What should we strive for?
We should have where no kids are watching that stuff. I mean, it's already rated M, so I mean, you can't really get your hands on it without doing the incognito tab or going through all the other stuff we usually do to find other stuff besides porn. But there should be, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have any of this stuff. It would just be perfect intimacy. But
so why not strive towards perfect intimate, even though that's not a thing? But why not strive towards that?
I have a funny feeling that because I only have two responses. The only feelings I have, the only things I can really say to defend this is one, I don't believe my partner is worthy of complete intimacy, which again, some people, like they're only with their partner because they're bored. You know what I'm trying to say?
Why do you think in your situation, why do you think your partner isn't worthy of complete intimacy?
I can think of 100 reasons why most people don't believe their partner believes 100%.
I'm talking about you. You said for you, and I'm asking you. You have this remarkable ability to avoid talking about yourself.
Yes, because I'm not I am not the people. I'm just myself.
I'm asking you the question. I'm asking you.
Okay.
Why do you think for you wouldn't want to reserve that for your partner?
I mean, one, I'm just with her because I'm bored. Number two, I'm with her just because I'm trying to get someone else. Three, I don't see her as a long-term partner.
So you're using
Number
her in the
four-
short term for sexual pleasure.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest. How do you think this clip is going to age, representing Gen Z for the 2036 election? How do you think this clip is going to age for you?
I'm taking the position of basically almost every Gen Z male that hasn't found porn recovery at this point, because most Gen Z males think this exact, like the questions I'm asking you are literally like one-to-one what they would ask you if they were up in my same position. They'd probably call you more names, but I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to kind of represent them right now as a politician should. Like, I could just be like, man, you're dumb. Or you can break me down. You can break me down and just so they can be like, dang, I have nothing to respond to this. So yes, I may be playing a little bit of devil's advocate, but I am being candid with you when I describe myself, because most of these other men are probably in the same position I'm in. They're just going to point fingers at me and laugh when deep down inside, they probably have the same thing going on.
Maybe not. But what you said is very revealing. You basically said the only reason I'd be in a relationship with a woman is to use them for my sexual pleasure until I find something better. Is that the kind of man you want to be?
Ideally, no, but I mean...
So why not strive to be the man you do want to be, who treats all people, especially women, honorably?
Because, and I know this for a lot of people that live in like decrepit cities, they really resonate with this. You don't see anyone that could, in your life, that could actually be your equal, if you know what I'm trying to say.
You're talking about all these other people. I asked you a question about you, and you're talking about all people in decrepit cities.
Well, yeah, because there's no one around me that's my equal. There's no one around me that is actually up to my level.
There's okay. Okay, what do you mean by that? There's nobody up to your level.
Okay, so if we're going to just go solely off of me, I'm going to represent the Gen Z by saying this here. But
can you please stop trying to represent entire populations?
Okay, I'll represent myself here. I'll represent myself here. So one of the biggest things I could probably say was if I don't find, and this is going to go off of, you're just using her to find something better. But yeah, if I don't have any better options, it's better to be with someone than alone. You know what I'm trying to say? Because that person might at some point actually breed into the person I want. You know what I'm trying to say?
What's the person you want?
Someone who's like me. I want someone who's just slightly worse than me. Just like if I'm 100, she's like 98.
Why not have, if you're 100, which you're not, because nobody is, why not strive for somebody who's better than you?
Because I'm better than her.
Why do you think that?
Because the man leads the relationship. I have to be better than her.
Let's say that's true, that the man leads the relationship. Why do you have to be better than her? Why does that impute who's better or not better?
Let me ask you a question. If a queen marries a commoner, does he just become the king? No, it becomes the commoner that married the queen. A king can marry any woman, and she becomes the queen. So a woman cannot be better than me. I am the one that runs this thing. I'm the king. You just the queen because I married you.
Where'd you learn that?
Patrice O'Neill, God bless his soul, died in 2011. Greatest comedian on the face of the planet Earth.
Okay, so what I mean is, where did you learn that you're better than women in particular? But do you think you're better than other people in general?
Not everyone, but everyone believes they're better than some people, yes.
How old are you?
24. I know, and I hate to see it. Is Disciple Derek still watching? Because I don't want him to come up and then just roast me on this. Disciple Derek, we take out the God aspect of this, and I know you're going to be like, we're all equal in the eyes of God. Blah blah. I get that. I get you're going to try using religion to justify this, but a majority, and I'm not going to use majority myself.
You're the first person who's used the word religion tonight on this 3-hour stream.
Well, no, just because Disciple Derek was before me and he said something, and I just I don't want him to come up here and beat me to death. But
again, it's you. We're talking to you. We're not talking about anybody else or people groups or populations or queens. I'm talking to you, man.
Okay. So yes, I believe I'm better than some people.
Okay, so what are you wanting in a relationship? You want somebody who's less good than you?
I mean, no, not less good than me, because that'd be like from 100, I'd be like she'd be at like a 40. And trust me, I've dated some 40s, and they're like, you're just there, you look at them, and it's like.
Well, here I'm curious. Can I offer something to you?
Go ahead.
You may not like this, but maybe the reason why, and you didn't say this, so these are my words, not yours, but like you haven't found that person, is because your attitude is you're trying to find women who you can use for your sexual pleasure. In my experience, again, I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm sharing my experience, and I've worked with hundreds of men who are addicted to porn and tons of women who have been betrayed by it. They don't want somebody who's going to use them for sex. In fact, in my experience, most women detest that, and they will run from that if and when they find that that's your actual motive. That's
correct.
Probably the worst way to settle down and find a partner is to have that attitude.
Correct.
In my opinion.
But those are the 20, the 30 women. If I'm 100, those are the 20, 30 women. Those are the women you use to launch pad to a higher plane.
Hold on. I used to launch pad, or you used to launch pad?
I used to launch pad to another plane of womanhood. See, you don't see those women that you're describing. I would never treat a 90 like a 20. That makes no sense. Why would I do that?
Why don't you treat all people with dignity, honor, and respect? All people, regardless of what they look like, their socioeconomic status, their race. Why not treat all people honorably?
Well, yes, men obviously, but just if I'm trying to find a partner.
Wait, men obviously, but what?
But if I'm a partner, I'm not gay. Like, what are you talking about here?
Okay, but what about women? You're saying obviously treat men with dignity, honor, and respect, but what about women?
Yes, you treat men honorably, women honorably, but your partner is the more of a fuzzy area.
Wouldn't you
want
to treat your partner with the most honor?
Yes, if I'm 100 and she's 95. But again, if I'm only dating a 30, it's like, no offense, but those are the, I'm not trying to defend this because I know what I'm saying is deplorable. It's just,
Why do you think what you're saying is deplorable?
The reason why I think what I'm saying is deplorable is because a lot of people are going to look at me like a misogynist who just wants to put women down and use them for their bodies. That's
what you said. The only reason they're going to look at you that way is because that's literally what you declared that you do.
Yeah, with the 20s. The women that you would never even bring home to your parents, those are like the 30s and under. The 30s to 60s are the girls that can like probably read, play the violin, so on and so forth. If you're 100, when I mean 100, the man, you are always the 100. You want to get you the girl closest to 100 without going over you. So if I'm 100, you want to get an 80 girl. Treating a 20 the same way you treat an 80 is just preposterous. And I get that. I know it sounds bad, but a lot of people have had 20 partners. They've had partners that are 20s, and they only stay with them because they are lonely. They're lustful. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's not the fact, I'm not like the only person on earth that thinks this, but it feels bad to say out loud because it breeds something deep down that's coming out from a place that most people don't want to go to.
Okay. All right. Well, this is fascinating. Are you trolling? Are you a comedian? Like, I gotta ask. Like, are you real? This is real life.
No, I'm being 100%, and I'm being 100% honest with you because first off, I just admitted to 800 people that I watch porn one time a day for the past 13 years. So I know,
and that's the least shocking thing about this whole interaction, man.
That's what I'm saying. So I feel something is wrong, but I don't know who to go to for this. And so when I saw the cheating at the top, I was like, let me smoke this dude real quick and get on with my day. But then when you bring up, why wouldn't you give your partner 100%? It's like, this guy's actually good. And so now it's breeding. Now you're kind of seeing the ugly effects of probably what 13 years gets you. And it sucks.
Bro,
but I mean,
I know what 20 years gets you. I know what 40. I work with guys who have 40 years, and let me just tell you, man, it never leads to a good place. And porn is not the issue, by the way. It's how you view people. Porn teaches you to treat people like objects, and you can only objectify other people if you first objectify yourself. So the invitation is, how do you want to treat people? Starting with yourself. Are you an object for somebody else's pleasure? or do you add value because of your whole person? And then how do you want to treat other people as a result of that?
Okay. Oh, and see, that's something that's a little bit deep. That's a deeper dive that most people aren't willing to have that kind of conversation. They've
Here
been
you
doing this
go
for a
with
while.
most people. Again, dude,
Well, me.
you're
That's a
master.
conversation I haven't had.
I got it. And look, you're like, so you're masterful at not touching what's going inside. Okay. And I'm curious, man, like, where did this all start for you? You know, like, did you have trauma growing up in your life? Like, did you have an experience in life to where you really just decided, you know what, I have to be thick-headed, hard-nosed, put on a thick shell, not treat women well?
I mean, I think I know where it started. I mean, like, do you want to go down this route or?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're not just trying. Okay. I think I think it really started from. It really started that growing up, every woman in my life could not hold down a partner, and I think that's probably where it started from. Like, and I'm not trying to put the blame on them, but it never seemed that I had the same uncle for longer than a year or two.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably the reason where, and then they come home and they just be like, oh my God, and I'd be like, girl, shut up. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, maybe that's where it probably came from, where, their relationship issues probably manifested to mine. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I wasn't, no offense, I don't know how to say this correctly on TikTok, but I wasn't, touched or anything like that, though. That situation never happened with me. But I think that's really where it started from, was just hearing the complaints all the time. And it could be deeper than that, but that's probably where it first started. And then when I started dating, when I first started dating, I used like a burner phone and a fake like Kik account. So if I didn't want them, I just delete them. Like, and I know that sounds bad, but Kik was a time where you could just make a burner account and chuck it out. So that's how I started dating, and I don't know if that's bad, but what's what I'm looking for? It was only when I started becoming like an adult, I actually started like putting myself out there as a real man and just not, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know what the correct word is I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, what about, so you said you had aunts mainly who would cycle through men. What about your mom? What was your relationship like with her?
What is it? I mean, my mom, yeah, she got divorced from my dad, but I mean, like, and she got knocked up by someone else 2 months after they got, 2 months before they got divorced. And that's probably where it started. My father he did. My father got, what's the word I'm looking for? Cheated on. My father got cheated on. And I have a sister today that's a product of that cheating. So I don't try to look at it like that, but it's, in the back of your mind, it's like, what? Mom, come on now. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if I'm articulating this correctly, but, when you get told these things.
There's no right or wrong way to articulate it, man. It's your life. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So whatever comes up for you is totally fine. Do you trust women? Do you trust your mom?
No.
Okay.
Because and here's the other thing too, like everyone, like besides my mom, like every woman in authority that I've ever had in my life is just, they've just been unpleasant people. So I've had pleasant men and I know this is gonna sound bad, like I'm just hating on them, but it's just I don't think I've ever had like a oh my goodness kind of like experience with a woman, and so that's probably where it's coming from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so the only woman I can say that's perfect is like my grandma, but like that's kind of cheating. Every man thinks his grandma's perfect. Your grandma's perfect. Everyone else in the chat's grandma's perfect. Like that's kind of cheating. So. And
there you go again, talking about everybody else.
You're right. Well, I mean, come on now. But.
Yeah.
But
so
that's
look, there's probably something there, right? You don't trust women. You don't trust your mom. You view women as objects for your sexual pleasure. Like, I'm wondering, like, is there some anger there towards your mom?
I mean, I don't know how that would translate to this kind of content. I don't know how that would translate, but maybe a little bit. No offense. I'm not, you're the professional here. I hate to say it. You're the professional here. How does that translate here, if you don't mind me asking?
How does what, anger translate?
Yeah. How does Because here's the because I know some men are and again I'm going to use this because I've heard this from other like websites that talk about their addiction where they're like, I was so angry so now I only had to watch women getting hit in order for me to like get satisfied. Like I've heard that kind of stuff, but like I'm not that kind of dude. So just explain how this would translate if you don't mind me asking.
Well, generally speaking, the type of porn people watch has something to do with their story, trauma they had in their upbringing, or something they witnessed, or maybe they were abused in some way. Generally speaking, that's how it plays out.
Okay. So wait. Okay, sorry, continue.
So, it could even be, the classic example is people who find themselves watching step porn, stepdad, stepmom, stepsister, whatever.
Yep.
Oftentimes there's some sort of broken household, and in not every case, but in many cases, there's abuse that happened with a step something. And now they're trying to act that out through porn, right? Again, we turn to porn because we're trying to heal some sort of pain.
Okay. So that explains like neglect, but how does anger really, and again, you don't have to go like so deep into it, but like what is, what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah. Okay. Well, what, okay.
Again, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know I don't know everything about you, man, but here's the thing is, what it could be is unprocessed grief. Okay. The 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Anger, if we're really angry about something, oftentimes that means we haven't grieved something. So again, I'm not saying I'm right here, but your mom's cheating on your dad. She got pregnant 2 months before she left, and now there's another man. There's probably some pent up anger there, but really a grieving of you in some ways you lost your childhood, or part of your childhood. You lost your intact family unit.
Yeah, but if this logic holds, then I would be watching like the most vanilla Christian stuff that they have on there. So, and I'm not trying
not
to get
necessarily
defensive.
because porn
use
porn use always escalates into something else. So you might be, people might be finding themselves watching all this wacky type of porn, but it didn't start there. It's once you get hooked on it and you're watching it every day or multiple times a day, now you have to keep on just watching more and more risque stuff to keep the dopamine hit going. So where it ends, it can be different from where it started.
Okay. Continue. Sorry, continue.
The anger thing. Anger. I think, look, what I would offer to you, and I'm going to move on here in just a minute, is the way you treat and view women. What I'm going to offer to you, again, I'm not saying I'm right, but it's something to explore, is maybe there's some connection there to your mom, to your family of origin, to your mom having affairs, and you're automatically putting yourself, I have to be better than women. I don't trust women. I'm angry at women. And the question is that an orientation that's going to serve you well in life? I don't care what you do, if and until it affects me. Okay. But the question is, how will that attitude serve you?
I mean, in the best case scenario, actually, I'll go the worst case. In the worst case scenario, I'm just a hermit. I mean, in the worst case scenario, I just shut myself off from society, which I...
And look, again, I'm not saying this jokingly. I'm not saying I'm right, but look at you. You're in a small little dark room that's padded.
Oh, this is my recording studio. That's why. That's different. This is my recording studio.
I got it. But just notice, that's where you are right now. You're kind of shut off from society in a little room.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to be saying this on the side of the street.
Why not?
Because some man who is waiting for the opportunity to defend his woman just to get some side, or just to get some, would probably say something about it, and I'm just not a black belt.
If your beliefs were challenged, you might have to realize you're wrong about something.
Correct. I understand that, but correct. If my beliefs are challenged, I'd have to actually believe something. But the problem is that you can't challenge a belief until you actually have a safe place to discuss it. And this is one of those places where we can't.
I 100% disagree on that. There's no such thing as a safe place. There's no such thing as a safe place, at least not in the planet Earth that I know. When people say safe place, generally speaking, what they're saying is a place where everybody agrees. The world's not safe.
Well, you mean I mean a safe place where we can have civilized conversation through technology.
You want a trustworthy space.
I don't mean like safe
you want a
space.
trustworthy space. There's no such thing as a safe space.
Yes. That's what I meant. Trustworthy. Not,
right.
you're not going to punch me through the phone for saying that I'm not going to go date a 30. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you're not going to, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So maybe I'll write that down. Anger, grief. And then, I mean, that's pretty much it. You kind of broke me down there. I mean, was there anything else you want to tell me before I head on out?
I mean, well, you asked. Yeah, I do. First of all, you got balls of steel. Good job.
Thank you.
You're willing to say things that most people would just be sitting there hiding behind their screen or keyboard and would never have the courage to do what you did here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So good job. I would just invite you. I'm not going to say you're wrong about anything, but I'm going to invite you to consider, is this way of being what's going to serve you the best in life for the sake of love? All right? And I believe everybody, all we want is to know that we're loved. We want to be seen, known, and loved just for who we are. Now, we can hide that sometimes. It can go mute sometimes, but that's all we want, is we want to be loved. And my question for you is there somewhere inside of you a guy who just wants to be loved and is too afraid, and I'm saying it because this was my story too. I was too afraid to actually be loved by the people who wanted to love me because of my mommy issues.
Mm-hmm.
But once I confronted my mommy issues, that's when everything opened up for me. And I could actually experience love in a new and different way. So your story is not my story, but I'm just saying there may be more available for you if you were to dive into your past and figure out where is it taking you that you want to go in the future.
There might be a space. Problem is, when you get to probably this age and you don't confront it, it's a little bit harder. When you're 17, it would probably be easier to do.
There's always hope, bro. You are so young. Look, not that I'm the benchmark for this. I was 32 years old when I decided to get my head out of my ass and live life differently. I had 20 years experience watching porn and cheating on my wife.
Quick question. Hold on. I don't mean to sound so insensitive. I know it's going to sound bad. Were you married for the whole 20 years? No, I'm sorry. Were you married for how long?
I've been married 13 years. So 20 years watching porn. And I've been married 6-7 years before I turned 32.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I did not get married when I was 12. No. and I'm still married, same woman. We've restored our relationship. So it's possible. There's always hope, man. Look, it's like I'm also sensing this part of defeat. It's like, well, my life is always going to be this way. It's not. It doesn't have to be unless you decide it's going to be. If you want to keep playing this game of I'm better than everybody else, or at least women, and I have to date somebody, there's so much wrapped in that comment, man, of I have to date a woman who I view as hierarchically lesser than me. There is so much wrapped up in that.
Well, not. I'm not even going to go down there because that's going to be a whole other half an hour. I'm sorry.
I don't want to unpack that here, but there is so much to that orientation you have of the world.
Okay. All right. You said it was not. No offense. You said it was $99 a month.
My groups are $99 a month. Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have to allocate some of the budget for that. Maybe. I might have to go through struggle and strife first. I might have to get my heart broken 2 more times.
Here's the thing. I would even take a guy like you in my groups. Look, man.
Wow. So I can get fixed. Any of y'all in chat that are shadow watching right now?
I'm also not claiming that I can fix. You're not broken, man. You're not broken. You're not a problem that needs to be solved. Okay.
I'm sorry. That's just so funny. I'm sorry. If you can, no offense, on TikTok we get these psychopaths that are just like, you're less than human. But then when you hear a guy that's like, man, you ain't even broken. Like,
you're not broken, man. Look, and people think they're broken, but what if you're not broken, right? So look, DM me. I'll do a one-on-one with you, man. Okay, I'd be happy to chat. Okay.
All right.
I really
I'll
do
talk to you
appreciate
later.
the conversation. Yeah.
Thank you so much for opening me up. I appreciate no homo. I appreciate that though.
You got it, man. All right. See you, man. Take care. Oh, man. Wow. Rip. Where do I even go from there? Oh, man. He was. I didn't get his name. Zeb, I'll bring you on. I see you there. Zem's calm, cool, and collected. What's up, man?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, man. How you doing?
Doing all right. I just bought these headphones, so I don't know how the mic works.
Well, you sound great. You sound great.
Dope.
What's up, man?
That was the most interesting conversation I've ever heard in
That
a
was
long
pretty
time.
wild. Yeah.
I joined
Never know what we're
about
gonna get.
exactly. I joined about like 45 minutes ago, and I'm like, I stay in here like 5-10 minutes every now and then, but I guess I'll stay here for a while this time because Aaron was getting in the shower, and I'm like, I'll listen in, and I was just like, okay.
That
But
was a good
I
one to
like
listen
what you
to.
said. Exactly. I like what you said about how this man wasn't broken. I like how you talked to him as an equal, as we all are, and didn't, bash on him for how he thinks, because you're right. It's hard to say what's right and wrong because we're all human and we all have different opinions on things. But obviously, from my light of things, I see it as wrong, but I aspire how you can see through that and talk to him just as a person, even with his own thoughts. It's crazy to me that you have, because you're obviously a lot older than me, and I'm still
Obviously, I'm
maturing.
so much older than you.
Yeah, so much older. You're a fucking old man.
What a compliment. Yeah, well, it's hard, man. Like and look, I generally don't like talking about previous guests, and we won't talk bad about them. That's not what this is about. I know what it's like to be so stuck in our dogmatic beliefs that we think we're right and there's no other possibility. And in my experience, being there, working with other people, it's a scary place to be. It's really scary to be in a place where we think that I'm always right. And we should actually evaluate that. Are we really as right about things that we think we're so right about? So, yeah, that was a fun one.
I had a question.
Yeah.
You said that you repaired your relationship with your wife. How did that go down?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't know. It still blows my mind. But we've been married 13 years. I confess that I was watching porn and cheating on her after 6 years. And immediately that day, I started seeing a therapist. She started seeing a therapist. I started doing support groups. She started being in groups and community. I did weekend intensive. So did she. She worked on betrayal trauma. I worked on addiction. I got a coach. The last 7 years of my life has been oriented towards being better, not only just in our relationship, but as a man. And I say it all the time. If you want to know what's important to somebody, look at how much time they spend on it and how much money they spend on it. We have spent a tremendous amount of time and money improving our relationship. So now that's not every story. And just because you spend time and money doesn't mean that anything is going to happen. But it starts with a humility to say, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I'm sorry. And I need to do an about face and turn and go in the other direction towards a healthy relationship. And it's hard freaking work, man. It's hard work.
It is. I would have, if I didn't meet Aaron, I'd probably still be looking at porn every single day, every single night, because when we first met, I was struggling with it a lot. And I didn't tell her anything because it was just a normal everyday thing, like I told you, ever since I was 9 years old, I was just looking at it almost every single day, and it was just a normal routine. And I think 3-4 months into our relationship, I started seeing it. When I got closer to God, I started seeing it as a bad thing. And I told her, I'm like, I just want you to know I watch porn all the time. Like, all the time. I'm telling you every single night. Ever since we got together, I watch it, and I don't think anything of it. And instead of being rude or telling me that's fine or whatever, I don't care, she looked me dead in the eyes and she went, you're going to fix your shit. You're going to stop watching that. You're going to get therapy. You're going to go talk to your doctor, and you're going to figure your shit out, because that's not okay. Because I can see how stressed out you are and how much this is hurting you, especially because of your relationship with God, and you need to fix it. And I'm like, you're right. And I think I needed to hear that because ever since we had that conversation, I still struggled for a long time. I was still looking and I was still getting into it. But for the past 6, 7 months now, I think I've only struggled a maximum of maybe 20, 25 times. And
Which is
I've
massive
been
progress.
exactly going from every single night to 20 times in 7 months is really, really different. And then I think I've been about 4 or 5 weeks clean. I've been using that sober app, and I feel like my life's a lot clearer when it's not something I want to do and something that I'm just going to give into, because when I give into it, it usually lasts for like 2 or 3 hours. You know, I'm always searching for the right picture, the right video, because that's how porn is. Once you get so saturated from porn, you want to find that right picture, that right video that's really going to give you that climax. And that's me speaking truthfully. And that's so much time out of my life just wasted. And I'm just so happy that I'm not spending that time anymore at my computer just watching it and using the time that I could be working or
it's like you got
doing
your life
something
back.
else.
You can do what you want to do instead of being controlled by this thing.
Yes, I want to take a lot of the credit, but I definitely have to give the majority to Erin because she's definitely been the number one there for me.
She gave you what's called the gift of desperation. Right? Oftentimes we think we're helpless, we can't change anything, but the betrayed partner actually has a tremendous amount of power and agency for their life and for what's going on in the relationship. And don't miss me. I'm not saying you're responsible. I'm not saying that you're the solution. But there comes a moment when addicts realize they are about to lose everything: an intimate relationship, children, job, money, friends, and more. In this moment, addicts may finally receive the gift of desperation and become willing to embrace a program of recovery from addiction. You play an important part in this gift by making it clear when you've reached your limit and under what circumstances you will leave the relationship. So she gave you the gift of desperation. She was fighting for you and saying, I want more for you.
I think it helped a lot that she said, I'm going to stick through it and you're going to figure this out, instead of telling me, I'm going to leave you if you keep watching porn. She didn't ever say that once. She said, I'm going to stick with it with you and you're going to figure it out, but I'm going to be there by your side. But she did also tell me, if you're just going to continue watching porn and not work on it at all, then I'm going to leave. But I think that was a really good answer from her.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, facing heartbreak, for those of you asking in the comments, that's where that came from. Well, good seeing you, man. Let's connect sometime, okay? I'm ready.
Yes, sir. I've got all the time in the world now.
I'll hit you up on the gram.
Oh, and then before I leave the live stream, just a little life update. We got engaged and we're getting married on the 24th in May of next year.
Let's go. That's awesome. Congrats, man.
Gracias.
That's so cool.
Thanks.
Tell her congrats as well.
It's exciting. I will.
That's awesome, man. Good for you guys. And no porn, man. Things are gonna go great. Much better.
Much better. Alrighty, I'll let you go talk to hopefully not someone who, you know what? Keeping my mouth shut equals.
Who knows? Who knows who we're gonna talk to?
Alrighty, have fun.
Thanks for chatting, man. See ya.
Bye.
All right. I don't even know where to start. Gaming World 10. You gave me a Galaxy. Are you wanting to get on here? This person gave me a gift. I'll bring you on.
Hi.
Hey there, what's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
I'm from Israel, by the way.
Okay. All right. I'm from
Thank you for
Arizona.
letting me up. Okay, so I'm 28. About the answer from my point of view. First of all, I loved listening to the way you host and you treat. Like you said, you're not broken. There's nothing to fix. And I'm excited being here. My heart is pounding.
All right, take a deep breath.
Thank you. This topic of, relationships and intercourse is something that is very difficult to me right now. I'm not with myself, and I don't let anyone else inside me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And porn is an option, but I'm scared of it. And my ex, we've been together for 7 years, and he is addicted, but he's, he's denying it. And actually we watched porn together a few times to learn from it, to spice things up. In my point of view, I wish to be as open as possible, and even to be able to have multiple, like polyamorous kind of thing. But as long as I'm not in a good place with me and with my partner, any other person from outside would just hurt the relationship. It would be kind of a running away from ourselves and, me as an individual and us as partners. And we even have, I'm talking about our lives through porn and in our lives. We were watching porn of, threesomes and stuff, and it was his fantasy. And we ended up having threesome, and it was terrible. I was trying to make him feel good because I felt shame in our relationship and, with my parents and stuff, like you said. And it was something terrible. I wanted to be good. I wanted to be good for both of them because the girl was my friend. The whole situation was terrible, and it was a mistake. It's a mistake worth learning from, but it was a mistake. And he's kind of a person who says that he doesn't want to share me and stuff, but eventually he ended up admitting that he is fantasizing about her and willing to, to continue things only with her. And even though he wants to be with me. I'm kind of, mishmashing
Yeah, that's all right. I'm curious what you're wanting.
right now.
Yeah, like
from you?
just from like relationships. You find yourself, you're not with that partner anymore, right? You said it was an ex, 7 years. And so what are you wanting? Like, what's next for you?
Wow, I'm in the middle of, it's like the beginning of going uphill. And the question is amazing. I don't know. I have a few dreams. I have a couple ways of reaching my goals and dreams. But right now, everything is a mess right now. A few days ago, I have violent accident with my father, a literal violent accident. And I got out from the house, and my brother had me over, but then he kicked me out. He didn't mean to. He really believed that he was doing good. Everything is, is a mess. Even I want to address the elephant in the room. In Israel, everything is a mess. I don't want to bring it here, but it does, it does make its.
I got it. Yeah. Yeah.
And I have to admit, I was kind of scared that you would deny my request first because I have anime photo, And second, the moment I say that I'm from Israel, usually people don't look me as as the person I am and just see the title. So I appreciate you as a host and the number of people that following you. I appreciate your courage and your want to see me as a person, not the titles around me. I appreciate it very much.
So what are you wanting? It's a tough question, right? So I may be wrong, but I hear a longing for something. And am I hearing lonely? What is that noise?
Yeah.
Is there a loneliness? You're wanting more connection. And so what are you longing for that you don't have right now?
Inner peace with myself and all my past events with my father and my mother and my siblings. I feel alone. I'm not alone, and my family loves me, but they love me only when it suits them. When I say the right thing, when I act the way they want. And I know I do the same, you know what I'm saying? I only recognize something that I do. It's kind of a mirror. I always tend to be in the middle. I'm a victim, but I don't want to be a victim. I want to be responsible, to take responsibility of my life and action. But it doesn't matter who I turn to as a partner, as a friend, as a romantic partner, even as, how do you say it? I'm trying to find someone to help me, you know what I'm saying? Professional help. But because I'm not I'm in the middle of the scale, I get rejected so many times, even about what we're talking about. And it's kind of difficult.
What does that mean? You're in the middle of what?
Because the way I speak, I'm both a little kid asking for help, and I'm a grown up, smart and taking responsibility and knows how to speak about my father and my mother. And the fact that I'm not crying doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. If I'm not crying, it doesn't mean I'm not hurting, but it's very confusing to people that want to help me. Even the official sources that want to help me. In Israel, we have, I'm getting money from the government because of my mental state. So even when I want to ask for help because I'm not taking pills, they refuse giving me help with work and getting out of the house and job and studies. And I deserve that as part of what they give me because I get help from the state.
So I'm curious if you seeing yourself as being in the middle. It's like if that's a strategy of well, I kind of don't really fit anywhere, so therefore nobody can help me. And as long as you believe that's true, that will be true.
Actually, I never thought about it that way. Yeah.
Right. And so oftentimes the path is right in front of us. We just have to take that courageous next step. Right. We can get lost in either one of two options, like it's either this or this, and we see no other possibilities, or we see so many possibilities and we just don't even know where to start.
The other option.
Okay. So then the question is, what's the next best decision for you? What's the next best choice for you to move forward?
Get out of the house. Right now, I got back to my parents' house. I have different. I don't know how you say it. Yeah, I have. Never mind. I live with my parents, and I want to get out of here for my own sake and for our relationship's sake, so I could heal better and faster, and not wait for them to, to cry over their grave, and to be able to love them right now and appreciate them right now, and to fix everything. Like you said earlier, to love them
Yeah.
and love myself through them. And I long for partnership, and I long for a family, and I'm scared of it. And I long for community, and I'm actually working on my own method through animation and gaming and stuff. Uh, so I've got dreams, and I've got, I have everything on my mind, but I can't find my inner peace to sit down and write everything, and to write, like you said, what's the next step? What's the other 10 steps?
Yeah.
I learned the coaching. I learned, what coaching means, right? So I didn't get a certificate, but it lives in me. So basically, I've got the answers, but I just need one coacher or someone that speaks the same language as me to remind me what I already know. And
Well,
even
yeah.
that is difficult.
Well, maybe that's true. And courage. It takes courage to take the next step, right? Courage is doing something not when we know it's not going to be scary or when we're not afraid of it, but it's doing something even though it's risky, it's uncomfortable, it may lead to pain. That's when we need courage to move forward.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think you may not be as far away from making progress here as you think you might be. It's just like, what's the next best step to take? And then take the step. And then you can decide, was this the right step or not? But if you never take the step, you'll never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you did that here. You came on here. Good job.
Wow. I'm so thank you for the opportunity, and thank me for the courage to get here.
Yeah.
With all of
Good
my
job.
my feelings.
Yeah.
And I hope that I would be courageous enough to stop. I'm not even using porn, not even watching it. I'm not even, touching myself. But I want to find the way to move myself every way in my life. And let myself be vulnerable and let someone in my life, literally.
Yeah. Well, porn, or even the desire or temptation to look at porn, is a symptom of something else, right? Usually we're feeling stressed, anxious, depressed, lonely, like we're not going anywhere. And, porn might feel good for a moment in time, because it will, but it's going to leave you emptier and emptier.
But my question is, I find myself, even with my partner, I was imagining other people. I mean, through the social media, someone I very appreciate, and we share the same, likeness for anime and stuff. And I found myself, what I'm trying to say, that what happens in porn happens in real life. There's no, like we said about threesome, the fact that I will tell my partner don't be with someone else doesn't mean that him and I, as long as we're part of society, we're gonna meet people. There's no control over meeting other people. So if both of us would stop watching porn, doesn't resolve the problem of us not feeling good about ourselves and our relationship together.
Yeah. Well, it's if you think it's not going to be resourceful, there's probably something to look at there in your relationship. So your intuition is telling you something.
No, but I'm saying it's easier to blame, it's like easier to blame. It's easier for me to blame my partner for ruining the relationship instead of looking inside and asking, what did I want? And right now I know I didn't want him from the first day, from day one. I wanted him because I was telling myself stories like you told me about, I'm convincing myself that to being in the middle, that's what's good for me. So
Yeah.
the same thing was with him.
Yeah. Well, keep asking those questions, and
Thank you very
have the
much.
courage. I bet you do. Okay. Nice chatting with you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting
Thanks.
me, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the roses and stuff. And you've got a nice community. I bet from the way you're having you're hosting the live here. I thank you for the community you are creating and for what you bring for your own world.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Have a wonderful.
You too. All right. Like and share, people. By the way, I'm a coach. I do one-on-one coaching as well as group coaching, both for men dealing with unwanted sexual behavior, could be porn or sex issues, and also for women dealing with betrayal trauma. I have groups. We meet weekly on Zoom, both for men and for women. It's $99 a month. We meet for an hour and 15 minutes weekly. Tomorrow night on our women's call at 8:30, we have a special guest on. We have Heather Stringer, who's the spouse of Jay Stringer, who wrote the book Unwanted. She's fantastic. She's going to be on our women's call. And I also bring on other female guests who help facilitate the women's groups. And then also on the men's calls, we have one at 10 p.m. Eastern Tuesday night and one at 3 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. If you're interested in that, you can go ahead and sign up using the link in my bio or schedule a discovery call with me, and we can chat more about your situation and if I may be able to help or refer you to somebody else. You can buy the books that I recommend using the resources link in my bio. And yeah, resources. We're also doing an intimacy building workshop in 2 weeks on September 14th. If you want to build intimacy in your relationship, whether you've been betrayed or you're currently experiencing it or you're currently thinking, why will he not stop watching porn? Great. Come to our intimacy workshop. We would love to handle that question with you and your partner. Drag him there. We'll work with him very lovingly. I'm serious though. The intimacy workshop is fantastic. If you're interested in that, it's $99 or free if you're in the coaching group community. So if you're a group coaching member, the intimacy workshops and add-ons that we do are free. And if not, it's $99 for a couple to go to that workshop. Okay. Have I read Boundaries by Clown and Townsend? No, I haven't. Isabella, hi there. How's it going?
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? Can we talk about your comments?
Oh, goodness. Did I make you mad?
Well, I don't know what all that stuff was you're saying. What is the PS thing?
What do you mean?
In the comments, wasn't that you putting all these comments?
I put a lot of comments, but not PS.
Oh, maybe it didn't come through. It shows for me as PS. What were you using, an emoji or something like that, or an icon?
Probably, yeah. I was just going to talk about my experience, and then
yeah, but I can't ignore the fact. What were the icons you're putting in? They didn't come through to me.
skull emojis and
skull emojis?
Palestine flags. Yeah.
Okay. Why were you doing that?
Oh, because someone commented in the chat like Israel flags, so I put Palestine flags.
Okay.
Was that bad? It's not.
Well, did you read the room?
I don't know if you're upset, but I was just obviously, if I do have like the ability to put how I feel as far as like flags go, yeah, I'm gonna put them. It was nothing bad. Like I obviously said that I thought that she was a gem, and I thought that she was validated. But the Israel versus Palestine thing, yeah, I put flags. Yeah, is that wrong? It's not.
I don't know. Do you think it was wrong?
No, I don't.
What was your intent with doing that?
To try to give like a voice to those people. That was my intent.
Okay. All right. Well, what's going on? What brings you here?
Oh goodness, I didn't mean to make you upset or anything. But
I'm
I
not
did
upset.
come in.
Try to make me upset. You can try. Go
I
ahead.
don't want to.
Well, you won't. You won't succeed. You can try though.
Oh, goodness gracious. I actually came on here to talk about my experience.
Okay.
I think it got political. I'm sorry about that, but I will not absolutely apologize for just putting the flags of what I think is right. And that's just what I feel. But I didn't come on here for that. I just wanted to kind of give my experience. It's a very deep one. And I've been on this live for a long time. I heard a lot of what you said, and I do love how accepting you are. And so I hope that my opinions didn't like defer you from that at all. I did want to say that I came on here because I struggled with my own partner who I have a kid with. And it's been a lot to kind of deal with the issue, but also every single time that I caught him in the action of watching stuff, or whether it was TikTok, different accounts, or pornography, each time that I caught him, he got better at hiding that. He found out how I found out, and then he found out basically how I caught him, and then got better at hiding it. And it was about 6 times: before I was pregnant, when I was pregnant, after I was pregnant. And for me, basically, I feel like I've already had bad relationships. When I was 15, I did not have my mother nor my father. And if anyone sees my profile, I've developed into someone that I would be proud of as a child. And I thought that being pretty or whatever was going to give me the satisfaction, like that no man would want anything else if I was pretty enough. But that just wasn't the case. It never was the case. It didn't matter if the man was, quote, like on a different level than me or even higher than me. It didn't matter. And I guess that's why I'm here. It's because I don't hold anybody to a standard to myself. Like, don't take it that way. But I do feel a bit like, what am I supposed to do, like, to escape this? Because I feel like every single man is like that. And then I try to forgive them. And it's a cycle I feel like I have with myself to not, I just, like, why am I not good enough? You know, like that's what I think. I'm sure many women think that, like, what am I doing wrong? Can I do more? Am I supposed to perform in this way? Blah, 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 blah. I'm sure you've heard it all 1,000 times, but like, that's
Do
the person you
Do you think it's because you're not good enough?
Well, sometimes I've wondered that, but also I think, like, my ex, he had slept with my bestest friend, and, you know, I could go on, and I won't. But I think that the question comes up. Yes, it does. It does come up to where you think, like, what am I doing to not fulfill that enough? And also, as a woman, I would like to say to everyone in the chat, it's not like men are the only ones that struggled with this. I was introduced to porn at a very, very young age, to where I had watched it at, like, elementary school on the elementary computer, and I had gotten caught for it. And horniness is not just a man thing, it's a woman thing. But I chose, like, what do I want more, to be loved or to give in to, like, those desires? And I don't understand why a lot of men, not all men of course, but a lot of men just would not rather, like, take the intellectual path. And yeah, you know, obviously from my comments, I'm very passionate, but that is why I came here, to ask why.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is if you think it's because of you not being enough, it's going to be real hard for you to regain your agency here, right? So, and you can lose yourself in that. Was it something I did, or a way that I looked, or something about me? So the invitation there is: do you believe that you are enough? And if so, then believe that.
It's like 50-50, you know, like I more ask why. It's like I study psychology, and I try to understand. a lot of different things of how people's minds work. And I think that whenever it comes down to women or men, a lot of people who are betrayed in any type of way, it could be porn or cheating or whatever you define that as, you ask yourself, well, why? Like, what did I do to, deserve that? Could I have done more? Is there anything in my control? Or do I love them enough to where I want to sit there and watch them get help? And you said with your relationship that you had gotten help and she sat there with you. But for me, at what point do you say, you know what? I don't want to sit there anymore. Like I told you how I felt and you made the decision anyways.
Well, I can't answer that question for you, right? You got to decide when. But I would ask you, like, what are you doing to get help?
Help for what?
for betrayal.
Oh, I go to therapy, girl.
Okay. How long have you been
And
doing
I
that?
also I'm getting my master's in psychology. I'm trying to help children in the future. But for myself, it is refreshing to be able to have a community to where you say like, hey, this is how I feel. Everyone wants to love someone. At the end of the day, they are just confused. And they think like, at what point do I draw the line? And I know you can't answer that question, but also it's kind of like you have like this story of where you have completely renewed yourself, but how do you know that, oh, my man or my woman will do the same thing, or they truly changed?
Yeah, I don't know that. But what are you like? Are you currently? What's your current relationship? Are you with the person who you have the kid with?
Yes.
Okay. What's your boundary with him?
Not porn. My boundaries are pretty strict, obviously, for my ex relationship. That's all I'll say. I think it's if you see everything in me, then I think that you can. I will be willing to fulfill that, but
Well, hold on.
you can be honest with me.
I don't know that you have strict boundaries. What are your boundaries?
Okay, fair enough. My boundaries are that I feel uncomfortable whenever
That's a feeling.
one's
That's not a
eyes
boundary.
gaze. Well, it's one that I made. That this is what I've communicated to him multiple times, which is if you are trying to fulfill a sexual need by looking at somebody else, no matter the form, I think that I could fulfill. I think I could fulfill it. That's about it. I don't think that I'm appropriate. Well, I'll tell you exactly what I said, and it's not going to be the nicest thing, but I said no. No, I don't think, no. Like, that's it. I don't want you to do I don't want you to watch porn. I don't want you to gain that satisfaction.
You said you have, well, I asked what you said. You have strict boundaries, and I asked you what they are. Then you said a feeling, and then you said I don't want you to watch porn, and then you said no to something. A boundary. A boundary declares
Is that not a boundary?
A boundary declares behavior that an individual will take if a request is not honored. For example,
well, yeah, okay, fair enough. I did say that I would not be in a relationship with someone that had eyes for anyone other than me. That was my boundary.
Okay, and did he
Is that what you're
indicate
looking
to
for?
you? Did he indicate to you that he had eyes for somebody else?
He said that it was online, so it didn't count.
But for your boundary, did he cross your boundary?
Yes, multiple times when I was pregnant, after I was pregnant.
Okay, so did you leave him?
For a short time, yeah.
Okay.
But promises are made. Well, yeah, he promised every time. And then I saw that recently he says he's been good for like the past like few months. But also every time I found it out, I had to dig for it. It didn't just pop up in his history. I had to really, really look because he got like smarter and smarter at hiding it. And that's what made me feel scared because I know I can't ask him and he won't tell me. And if I do, then I only have to catch him with proof for him to tell me. And then after that, he learns from it and hides it better. And so I suggested therapy, obviously, but he finds it more in God. He says that, like, God, if he's with God, then those thoughts won't come to him. And recently, he has not been struggling with it, but I don't know that unless I search for it. And that's kind of like
Who's God in his orientation?
it's we both have like a similar view of God being above a religion. Like it is, we don't believe in specific rules or ideations. We just believe that there is something above us, and yeah.
Okay. What are you wanting?
I just want to feel safe.
What do you need to feel safe?
Structure, which I've never had. Just structure. Trust and respect. There you go. Trust and respect. I
Yeah,
think a
so
lot of women feel that way.
Yeah, it's a very painful situation. I can hear it in your voice. You're frustrated. And it's like you feel like you've been crying out and it's just not getting through. It's totally valid.
Yeah.
And you want structure, you want safety. And you're not feeling like he's giving it to you.
And even if he was, like, I can't trust it. Like, that's the problem. It's like I mentioned before, which I won't ramble on. Of course, you have like other people to get to, but in the past, I was in a relationship for almost 5 years, and it started with porn, and then he slept with my bestest friend that I was living with, and girl, come on now, that's tea, but I feel like yes,
He
does it
slipped
affect
with your
me?
best. What do you mean?
He
He slipped and fell and landed on her and something happened? I mean, slipped?
you know, he did the do.
Slipped.
3 times.
That's a slip
And
to
I found
you?
out No, slept.
Like,
He slept with him.
oh, I thought you said slipped and then
No.
Kate. Okay. No,
Yep.
all right.
There you go.
So where was your boundary then?
It was already made whenever I saw that he was watching porn. But then he
Okay,
just,
so
yeah.
here's a problem that I'm hearing is
Mm.
you're not honoring your boundaries.
Well, that's true.
People treat us how we train them to treat us.
Yeah.
This guy has been trained that it's okay to watch porn. You'll still be there. It's even okay to sleep with your best friend because you'll still be there.
Mm. Yeah. Well, now the one I'm with now, the one I have a kid with, he's not the same one that I was with. The one that I did actually face my boundary, and I said like, "Wow, what the hell," you know?
So okay. Is he there?
My current boyfriend?
Well, the person who's talking.
Yeah, he just woke up.
Is he the one who you're talking about now who watches porn and you don't like it?
Well, that he did, yes.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
He did not like that.
What?
Yeah.
Does he know you're doing this?
Well, now he doesn't.
Well, what do you want to do now?
Continue.
Okay. Does he want to participate?
I'll ask. 1 second. Yeah, he said no.
Are you safe, Isabella?
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
All right. So are all these issues you're talking about with him, with that guy?
There were 2 separate situations.
Okay. What are you wanting to be different in your life?
The ability to trust, just trust. That's it.
Okay. Do you trust him? Do you have evidence that you can trust him when it comes to being faithful to you?
Evidence? No. I think I'm just scared. I don't know.
Yeah. So the question is why are you continuing the way you are? I don't know what the
Well,
next step
because
is for you.
he's a good guy. He's very sweet. He's a very good father. I it's been months to where I've like I don't know. I think that he's a good guy, but I do get scared that there's things that are underlying. And I'm tired of searching for them. I'm gonna be real. I feel like if I did look hard enough, then I would probably find something, and that's what scares me. Like, I'm scared. I have a kid now. He's about a little bit older than one. And what am I going to do if I do find something? But I have to hold my standards as well. I've always told him this is my expense. I got with him because he was a very, very moral person. We had very similar beliefs. And I think that he is a very great guy. But yeah, I do get nervous sometimes because I don't know if there is something, or if I look for it, will there be something? Then what will I do, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. So the question is how is that attitude serving you? Right? It's like ignorance is bliss. I think there's something there, but I'm not gonna go look for it. All right. So you're kind of in this limbo, this like hyper aroused state, not in the sexual way, but of like I have to always be on guard.
Yeah.
And you're getting a payoff for that. Your payoff is you don't have to know the truth either way.
Yeah.
Because if you do know that he isn't doing anything, well, now you got to let go of all that. And if you do find he is doing something, well, now we have
It's
a whole
because
other conversation.
these were hidden so well that before I didn't find anything until I looked hard enough. And then I realized that there were things. And that's where it comes to like the point where, you know, I won't get into details, but I absolutely adore him. I think he is a very kind soul. But that was a problem that he had faced. And now it comes to the point where we're almost 3 years in. And I do feel like
Yeah.
I wonder if it's still there. I wonder, do I need to look?
Why don't you ask him?
I do. And he absolutely will tell me every time that he doesn't.
Okay.
But then I'll find it.
Well, so both of those can't be true. That he's not doing it and you finding it. One of those is not true.
Yeah.
Right? All right, I got to move on here because I really have to pee.
Fair enough.
All right,
But
thanks
thank
for
you
sharing.
so much. I know, despite my little comments, I really appreciate you taking
Well,
the time.
you're welcome because I maintain my standards. I treat people the same, but like you brought it up again. Just the question, like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
I'm a passionate one. I gotta
got
live
it.
by my
So am I.
motto.
So am I. But what are you trying to create?
Standing on business, if you will.
Well, here's something you might not like. Sometimes we take a stand for other causes that are so distant to us because we don't want to actually take a stand for the causes that are right inside of our own house. It's easier to stand for something else out there than it is to deal with our own thing within our walls.
Well, that's true. I'll take it.
Okay.
I'm here to learn always. Again, I appreciate it. I know it was a little feisty, but I will always. Yeah, I wasn't trying to cause divide or anything. I always want to clarify that.
I don't believe you. The evidence suggests you were causing divide.
Well, no, I stated my opinion, as do you. Whenever you say is porn cheating, and you say it is, you don't think that divides the people that thinks that it's not?
My intention is to create engaging conversations. Yeah.
And so me saying my opinion about things.
I don't care that you share your opinion. What I'm puzzled by is you stating that by saying what you did when you said it, with the passion you said it, that you weren't intending to cause a divide.
Palestine?
Yeah, like really? To an Israeli girl on here who's like pouring her heart out?
I didn't say it to her. I said it to the Israeli comment. I added them as well.
That was in response to her. So, anyways, thanks for chatting. I gotta pee.
Well, okay. I just want to say thank you so much for having me on here.
Yes.
I did respond to a comment that was pro something that I did not agree in the same way that you are on here, saying your opinion. And I didn't even want to bring it up, but I did want to clarify myself because there's obviously feelings had, and I obviously came across very passionately, but I did say free Palestine in response to a comment. And yeah, you know how I feel.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Goodbye.
I gotta pee. All right, so I'm gonna get off at midnight, which is in 17 minutes, which means I have time for one or two more. Amber Rose, you gave a gift, so I'll bring you on, and then if somebody else wants to come on, it'll go to whoever gives the biggest gift between now and I'm off. Do I offer in-person classes for people in AZ? I do one-on-one coaching, and I do work with people locally. Yes, most of what I do online is Zoom now, but yes, I do periodically have groups for men, and then I also do other things for mixed gendered groups as well. Yes, I'm in AZ. All right, I'll be right back. All right. By the way, I'm a coach. I do one-on-one coaching as well as group coaching, both for men dealing with unwanted sexual behavior, porn or sex, as well as women dealing with betrayal trauma. If you're interested in learning more about that, go to the link in my bio. You can schedule a call with me, or you can join one of my coaching groups. We meet on Tuesday nights or Wednesday afternoon, depending on which one, if you're a man or a woman. The women's groups are led by myself and other female contributors. I have Heather Stringer, who's the wife of the author of Unwanted, coming onto the women's group tomorrow. It's gonna be fire. When I say fire, it's gonna be an intimate, vulnerable experience. Healing through the betrayal using ritual is something that Heather specializes in. And then I have other people who join my women's groups about once or twice a month. It's $99 a month. It's a weekly Zoom call, hour and 15 minutes. And it's great. It's a great place to heal in community. So if you want to schedule a call to talk about that, you can do that, or just join the group. Go to the resources page, Brian. Oh, you subscribed. Thanks, Brian. Let's go. The resources page will give you the links to the books I recommend. I recommend starting with Unwanted. It's a great, fantastic group or book. To start, it'll blow your mind on this topic. All right. Amber Rose. Thank you for subscribing, Simone. Thanks for the subs, guys. Amber Rose, hi there. What's going on?
Hi, sir. How are you? Okay,
I'm doing
holy
good, thanks.
shit.
How are
I've been
you?
watching for a while. You've been through a lot.
I've been through a lot, yes. What's up? Thank you for
The same.
acknowledging that.
Well, yeah. So the question is porn cheating. I felt like it has been for years. I was with the same person, and I'm not going to take a lot of your time. I've been with the same person for 17 years and broke up a while ago. I could never, ever understand how I wasn't good enough, how no matter what and how sexually active we were, how he would still go back to porn and seriously fucking broke me. Broke me.
Let it rip,
I'm
Amber.
44 years old. I might actually cry a little bit.
Do it. You need this.
But
Why? What's coming up for you?
I haven't been with him for 6 years. And now he contacted me again and told me that I'm the one that he's actually masturbating to. Off of all the porn that he went through before, and now I'm his fantasy?
That'll throw you for
I
a
don't
loop.
understand. Like, it's fucked up. Tell me this isn't fucked up. Because it is to me.
Yeah.
There was
sorry.
porn for years chosen over me. And then all of a sudden, when we're not together, now, so trauma. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. How long into the relationship did you discover that there was porn?
Out of 17, right away. Right away. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, because I knew, I did know. Yep, warning signs 100%. So I was a little more adventurous too, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. Except it got worse over the years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm 100% sure he's Go ahead. No, please,
go
sir.
ahead. You're 100% sure he's what?
He has a sexual addiction to porn. And then, again, what messes with my head even more now, we haven't been together for 6 years, and I'm getting messages on now I'm his fantasy. Messes with my fucking head.
It's been 6 years since you haven't been with him?
Yep. Live in the same town.
Mm-hmm. And where do you find yourself just with you moving on after that relationship ending? I want to find somebody for me. But it breaks my heart because I was in love with him. And I still have love for him. Okay.
Where do I find myself? Broken? Crazy cat lady? making a joke.
How many cats do you have?
I have mothered 13 cats.
It's not a
and gave
joke,
them
Amber.
away to
It's not a
beautiful-
joke.
It's not a joke. I am. I know my password to certain things are Crazy Cat Lady 2024. However, that's not the rest of my
Amber,
life.
Amber, you need to go change all your passwords now. Oh my gosh.
Well,
I'm serious. Like, okay. All right.
I was just fucking with you, but yeah.
I know. All right. So you said something like you were thinking you're not enough, very similar to the previous person. When did that start, that you were thinking you're not enough?
From the moment he made me feel that way, years ago, 3 years ago, 3 years after our relationship started.
Probably started before that. I'm not saying I'm right, but
You might be. Sir, when we're really young, change so much more when we get older.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the reason that I came onto this and stayed here for so long is because, yes, I do believe that porn is cheating, because I did not feel good enough from the moment that he was watching it.
Yeah.
And 2 years after we were together, I found out that he was paying for porn. We weren't living together or anything like that. Again, we're talking 20s. We're talking 21, 22 years old. And then 17 years later, it continued. And for real, got worse.
Yeah. So,
Ask questions, I'll tell no lies.
well, first of all, I can't get out of my head that you just told your password. You seriously need to get off here as soon as you're done and change all your passwords, at least to important stuff like your email
It's
account,
not
your
really my
TikTok.
passwords. It's not my passwords.
Okay.
I love
not
that.
really-
Thank you.
I'm
See, look
concerned.
how considerate
The
you are.
chat is concerned. We're all concerned. Okay.
Oh my God. I love that.
The thing with betrayal is we put our whole life into the other person, and the attachment injury that occurs when we discover betrayal, it's like it feels so big and we can't get over it. And you found this out very early on, and you stayed for 17
It is.
years.
I know.
Living in that. And still, there's a lot to heal there. And so, the crazy cat thing, it happens all the time on here, by the way. We get like 1 or 2 cat ladies a night, typically, because it feels like a better alternative than risking to trust again, right? Because to trust it's risky to open ourselves up. Cats won't leave you. I mean, they do, but they always come back.
Well, obviously he did too.
Well, he did too, but you also probably never really kicked him out.
I really did kick him out, though.
Did he come back?
I didn't let him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, do you guys have kids together?
No.
Okay.
I do have a 24-year-old who feels, well, he'll be 24 in October, who feels completely betrayed by him. He's known my son since he was 10 months old.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a betrayal, and that's something that, will stick with your son.
However, that's different than the porn in cheating. thing. So let's get back to that.
Okay. Well, you want to just stay on the surface, right?
No, we can go into more if you want to.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
So is porn cheating?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're watching it together and doing it together, 100% it is.
Okay. But
I
what if
feel
you're
like it is.
what if you're
after-
watching it or doing it together?
How's that cheating when you're together?
I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking, like, how would that help in a relationship? Like, what's
I'm
the
not
goal of
saying-
intimacy?
Being together, all of it, open, honest, trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, intimacy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how is using other people through porn helping build that intimacy?
Not saying through porn, it's opening intimacy in any way, shape, or form. No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I guess it comes down more to honesty than anything. Really. Honesty. Be open. Don't hide it. Because the shit I found, not okay. I mean, I found out who Janet Jameson was.
Well, you don't have to watch porn to figure that one out. I mean,
Well, I didn't know until...
Yeah, she was all over the
until
news.
I saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, I was with him at 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
44 now. 17 years later.
Yeah. It's a long time.
No shit.
Well, think about what's next for you, Amber. You're too young. You're too young. You got a lot of life to live.
I know.
And it sounds like you're wanting something to be different.
Kind of the biggest reason, besides, yes, I do believe porn is cheating, especially when it's hidden. The mind fuck is, instead of the porn, I'm getting messages about him thinking about me.
Yeah.
It again.
Well, and why do you receive messages from him?
I never blocked him.
Why?
Because I had a child who his parents and grandparents, well, his grandparents. Good question.
Yeah, I mean, your child's 24 years old now, and you've
I
been
know.
separated from this guy for 6 years, and he's telling you he's
Now all
masturbating to
of a
pictures
sudden-
of you, right? But I would submit to you that you're getting
What
something
is
out of
fucked
out of that.
up? How old
I-
are they?
I got it, but you're getting it. Again, I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm curious. What are you getting out of receiving these messages from him saying he's masturbating to you? You're getting some sort of payoff.
I'm actually getting more hurt.
That can be a payoff.
Because why? Why couldn't it have been that way earlier? No, it's actually, I'm not getting a payoff. It's hurting. I didn't mean to know. I wouldn't have chosen this. I have been 100% okay on my own for so long. That's the mind mess up. You want to talk about trauma? There's your trauma with what porn causes
Yeah.
after the fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks.
Okay. If you have more questions, I will answer them. If not, I'll let you go.
Okay. We can leave it there, Amber. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. All right. Last one, probably. Simone. Hi there. How's it going?
Hi.
What's going on?
You can call me just Simon. That's fine.
Simon. All right. What's up, Simon?
I don't even know where to start. First of all, I'm sorry if I miss some words. My English is not perfect. I have the feeling that I've been in a relationship 3 years ago for 2 years. And I think I've been watching porn constantly since I'm 16 or 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it fucked up my look on women, how I see them. Because I already have the feeling that I'm only attracted to a certain type because of what I'm consuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried to stop once, but I fell back like after 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know, particularly because of your question, is porn cheating? I guess it is. I don't know. Maybe if both agree to it and both are fine with it, but I know for myself, it probably wouldn't work, and I would want to stop because I would want to have a relationship where I can just be happy with the person I am with and not needing porn. But I don't know how I can stop because it's definitely some kind of addiction because I did it for so many years now.
How old are you?
27.
And you said you started when you were how old?
No, probably 16, 17.
Okay. All right. Do you want to stop?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Aside from having a negative view on women, what are the other negative consequences of your porn use?
Well, I realized when I was in my last relationship, she was a very good-looking woman for how you say, like most people would say she's a very good-looking, attractive woman. And I mean, we had an open relationship and we talked about a lot of stuff, but I was never open enough, or I couldn't open myself in that case that I told her that I wasn't, not like I wasn't attracted to her, but she wasn't the type I envisioned in my head for what I feel attracted to.
Okay, and this type in your head, is that more of a physical type?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sure, I mean, when I was younger, and I'm looking back at what I was attracted to, I always liked like curvy woman or, yeah. But I feel like because I was watching so much porn, that got into like an extreme. Like, yeah, it's difficult to explain for me, but it's almost to a point where I feel like I walk down the street in a busy city and there are obviously many beautiful women, but I'm not feeling attracted to 99%, which is crazy because they are beautiful women. And I have the feeling that is because I am, yeah, just watching too much porn.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, continued porn use will hijack your arousal template. So, you know, this idea of your type or the perfect woman for you is something that can basically never be attained.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so after so much porn, 10 years or so, 10 plus years, the quote perfect woman will never come along because it's actually not a thing. Sorry, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's perfect. So that's one of the problems with porn is that it reduces a person down to just their sexual value and you stop seeing the entire person.
Yeah.
Whereas you just see their sexual value in some, fantasized way that's just not realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So how often do you find yourself watching porn now? Roughly.
Now?
Yeah.
At least once a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what
I
have you
was
tried?
back in time. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, what have you tried to stop?
Well, I like last year, I did. I think it was like 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks, and I mean, I was single. I didn't realize a specific change. Just, I guess, the need for it. So I guess I just fell back for it after some weeks. Yeah. Probably, I think some stuff I do and try to commit to something, I see a certain change, and then I continue do it because I see the change. But it didn't change the view on the attractiveness of women in those weeks. Maybe I have to do it longer. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, the brain science suggests it's a 2 to 5 year process to rewire the brain back to normal after a porn or sex addiction.
2 to 5 years.
2 to 5 years.
Mm.
So if you stop for a couple weeks or a couple months, great job, and you're just getting started.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Especially with daily use or multiple times a day. So the other thing is the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection with other people. So you gotta be connected, and other people need to know what's going on. So who else in your life knows that you struggle with this?
No one. I don't not that specifically.
Right. So here's the thing is your willingness to be courageous and tell people what's going on will, I guarantee it, it will help move you in the right direction towards being free from this. Telling, I don't know if you have your parents or whoever, your friends, your partner, if you're in a relationship, maybe you start seeing a therapist or a specialist who can help you with this, get in a recovery group. As you start talking about this, what you'll realize is you're not alone. You're not alone in what you're going through. You're not that different than you may think you are.
Yeah.
And then you can actually start to gain some altitude on this. And then also, if you've looked at things like NoFap and all that, where it's like, 90 days free from porn, it just doesn't work that way. Is it useful? Sure.
Do you think it's better to not masturbate at all, or do you believe it's just a porn factor?
Well, sure. Ideally, I would say it's not, because you're now so conditioned to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's going to be very difficult to go from your current behavior to no porn and no masturbation. Is it possible? Sure. One line of thought would say, because there's a lot of shame and guilt wrapped up in this. One line of thought would say, this is not advice, you can do with it what you want, is ditch the porn, be committed to no porn, and go nuts masturbating. Guilt-free. And baseline there for a period of time. Maybe it's a month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now once you do that, what's the next step in that progression? But the key to this is you got to find the root of the issue. What got you here in the first place? What got you here
I'm
in the
pretty
first
sure I
place?
know what it is, yeah, but don't think I can find an easy way to fix it, because I think I'm an open person and I can communicate easily, also to women that I know, but I find it hard to find a relationship with someone.
The opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection with other people. Right?
Yeah.
So why is that? Why is it hard for you to be in relationship with other people?
Probably trust, I guess. I have the feeling that if I meet someone or date someone, and it sounds probably ridiculous, but I already have a stomach feeling after the first date that I'm pretty certain I won't be in a relationship with that person.
Yeah. So where did that start is the question. When did you learn, to not trust people? It's not safe to trust people, particularly possibly, women or prospective romantic partners.
Good question. I don't know. I always thought it's like my character. I don't know.
Like there's
Not
something wrong
like
with
not
you?
trusting. I mean, I can trust people. I have very good few friends, close friends. But I have the feeling that I need to have a 100% knowing that something will work out, even though you never know it's going to work out. So that's the problem, I guess.
Well, that'll keep you stuck for sure. Right? Of course. Wouldn't we all like to know that how everything is going to work out precisely before we act, before we make a decision?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work that way, though. But again, I'd say dig deep into your childhood, right? There's probably some sort of trauma there or experience that you had where you learn that, or you learn not to trust people, or, it's not safe to get too close to people.
I mean, my parents, how do you say, divorced when I was 6 years old. I mean, I always had a very close relationship to my mother because I lived with her, but I never had like a deep connection to my father. But it's not like that he treated me wrong or anything like that. That's the only thing that comes up to my mind.
Yeah. Well,
they had a lot of disputes though every day. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. So what can happen is, when a child goes through that, seeing their parents divorced, there's a sense of abandonment, a betrayal, and trust is broken. It's like my idea of what romance or two parents relationship should look like, that went out the window. So again, I'm not saying I'm right here, but maybe there's a feeling when you're looking at being in a relationship of like, ooh, this gets too close to home.
Mm-hmm.
right? So again, the journey to being free from porn is not just by wanting to just being like, I'm going to stop looking at porn. It's let's figure out how we got here. The first thing you said when it came to like dating is trust. So evaluate your relationship to trust. When did you learn to trust? Who did you learn to trust? When was your trust first broken? When it comes to being close to somebody else and you have that feeling, this isn't going to work out, what does it remind you of?
I'll just take some notes there for a second.
And even journaling that can be very helpful. The journaling sound effects, I love that. I can hear that. How are you feeling, Simon?
I'm generally speaking, I'm fine. I'm just came to a point. I mean, I've been only in one relationship. Not that it's like a bad thing to only be in one relationship. It was a relationship for 2 years, but I'm at a point where all my friends, family, and everybody is getting engaged and married and getting kids. I mean, I've got a little career going, but I'm also emotional person, and I feel like I've been missing something for many years now.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it hard to connect on a very, very, very deep level to someone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably that's the biggest issue for me right now.
Yeah. And the porn use lines up with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because porn is keeping you in shallow relationships. To actually dive deep into relationships, it's going to hurt. You said something earlier about like it getting harder or hurting, or it's going to be more difficult. It's not going to be an easy path. You said, I heard you say something like that, and you're right. It's going to be a very difficult path.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're probably craving, because we all do, is we want deep, intimate connections with other people. And oftentimes we're too afraid to open ourselves up to create them. And so what do? We numb out with things like porn or alcohol or drugs or whatever, workaholism.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's true, 100%. I've been the last 3 years, I mean, probably since COVID, I've been on a constant, not like drug use or anything like that, just on a constant tunnel where I'm just ignoring life, I guess, emotions, just being in that tunnel, working, sleeping, having a drink with friends, but not focusing on certain stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so the question is, what do you do from here? Right? How do you create that connection? How do you create intimacy and vulnerability with your friends, family, I mean whoever? Take the mask off and start living an authentic life, right? It's an invitation for all of us. Mm-hmm. We all try to pretend like there's nothing going on inside. There's nothing wrong with us, but we know it's a game, right? It's a con we're running. We all do it. So look, man, there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing, you're carrying shame, presumably. And when you speak the shame to the light, it loses its power. So this is not a porn problem, in my estimation. It's not a porn problem. Is porn a problem? Sure. But there's so much deeper here for you in your story that's being masked by the porn use. So look at it not something that's wrong with you or a problem to be fixed, but an invitation to something standing between you and experiencing more in life, whatever that is for you as you declare it.
I'll try.
Yeah. Check out the link in my bio, man. Read this book, Unwanted. It'll be very helpful for you.
Okay.
Okay. Where are you from?
Switzerland.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, Zurich.
Cool.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you, and thanks. I was actually I mean, I've been following you not for a very long time, but always when I do some swipes on TikTok, I came up to your life, and I always thought that you find some good words for certain topics and issues. So I appreciate to have a short conversation with you.
Yeah, man, it's a pleasure. Thanks for coming on here and sharing.
Thanks to you. Have a nice day, man. Appreciate
You
it.
too. See you, man. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Here's something I want to ask the chat. Okay, when you hear a guy like that share, who, and Simon, I hope you're still here, who got value from hearing Simon share what's going on for him? Who here did Simon positively impact by just sharing what's going on for him? Okay, so Simon, please see that. Yeah. Oh gosh, you're not crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. So here's the thing, man, is we think that, and I'm not saying you're thinking this, Simon, but it's like, oh, nobody cares, or what I'm going through is so unique, or nobody will understand me. But when we get vulnerable, I'm telling you, in pretty much every case, when we're courageous enough to be vulnerable, it's a gift to other people. Never underestimate your power and the gift that you are, all of you, to other people around you. And also never underestimate the grief that somebody near you is going through, the pain that somebody near you is going through, and how you can be a gift to them. Even you, California Mary. Yes. So just notice that, okay? Probably, 100 people, hundreds of people, thousands of people really said that Simon touched their life here. And so we sometimes think our story doesn't matter, our circumstance doesn't matter, or it's not worth it, or I'm not worth it, or blah, 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 blah. It's all bull, okay? So, I'm done with the guest tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming on. What a night. What a night we had. I'm a coach. I do one-on-one coaching as well as group coaching. What does that mean? What is coaching? Well, coaching is the practice of trying to get clear on where we're wanting to go and then figuring out what's standing between us and getting there. That's it. That's coaching. I am not a therapist. I'm a coach. Therapy tends to analyze the past. Coaching analyzes the past and then uses it to move us forward into something new. So, if you're interested in coaching with me, I do one-on-one coaching for anybody. I do one-on-one coaching. If you're feeling like you're stuck in life and wanting to move forward, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you. I know I'm called the porn coach, but I'm a life coach who talks a lot about porn. I also have groups for men dealing with porn or sex addiction and women dealing with betrayal trauma. But here's the reality of this, people. Like in my men's groups, we really don't talk about porn a whole lot because the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection with other people. We talk about what's going on in your life and how to move forward. And sure, we talk about porn a little bit. But it's just an amazing group of people who are wanting to improve their life. So who is this group for? The men's group is for men who are wanting to improve their life and probably have some sort of threat of unwanted sexual behavior that they're wanting to deal with. And it's also for people who are willing to spend a little bit of money on themselves. If you're going to complain and be like, oh, you charge money for what you do? Yes, I do. And if you don't charge money for what you do, you probably should. For my women's group, same thing. It's for women who are going through some sort of betrayal and wanting more in their relationship or in their life. The women's groups are led by myself and other female contributors about once a month. And the men's groups are led by myself and other male contributors almost once a month, every few months. And if you have any questions or you want to schedule a call to talk more, you can schedule a discovery call. It's $25 for a 30-minute call right now. I'm going to change it back to $50 tomorrow. We're also doing an intimacy workshop on September 14th. That is linked in my bio now. an intimacy workshop for couples who want more in their relationship. And this is for people who are going through betrayal, who maybe are years beyond betrayal, who maybe don't think that they even have any issues. If you don't think you have an issue in your relationship, great. Come to the workshop. We'll find one. How often do I go live on TikTok? A few times a week. Just turn your notifications on, okay? Yeah, Mary, I'm surprised you didn't request, or maybe you did. I do couples work as well. I'll probably start a couples group, like a regular couples group. Our intimacy workshops are essentially like a group, but we only meet every 2 months. Is this my full-time job? Yes. Yes, I started creating videos last January, and as of, I don't know when, this January, it's become my full-time job. Hate that you're in America. All the good groups are. Australia has nothing for real. Hey, K, Sarah K. I currently have multiple people in Australia in my groups. When we want to find an excuse not to do something, we will find it. K, Sarah K. I'm in Australia. I can't do it. Well, tell the people who are in my groups who are in Australia why they can't do it, because they found a way. Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, you better melt on that one. Look, if you got, and look, I'll share this story. This guy, he was one of my first, actually, he was my first one-on-one client I got from TikTok. And I am not cheap for my one-on-one work, okay? I'm price sensitive to people who are in their 20s particularly, but I'm not cheap. This kid is 20 years old with 3 kids in the military. And he paid my normal retail rate for my one-on-one coaching. Why? Because it mattered to him. So for anybody who thinks that they don't have the money to pay for whatever it is, money is not the issue. Money is never the issue. It's always commitment. It is always commitment. I had a guy in Austria who was in my group for a while, and for him it was like 4 a.m. his time. He's like, well, I'll make it work. Great. He made it work. And he was in for probably 2 months, and then he found something locally. Great. I'm glad I was there to help him. So, anyways, if you're interested, go to link in my bio. If not, whatever. I don't care. Broken. I can't join a group. No, but I'm trying to change that. Well, senior discounts. Mary, you're not even that old. This life has been a lot for you. Thank you for being a real life superhero, yourself and others. Well, not all heroes wear capes. I'm not a hero. Don't call me a hero. I do love that saying, though. When will I go live next? I don't know. Some people tell me I should schedule this like a show, but I like being spontaneous. I just like being spontaneous. Well, it's not going to be tomorrow night. Maybe Wednesday night. You can go on YouTube and watch the replays of this. And that guy I had on earlier, what was his name? I don't even remember. Guy was a piece of work in the best way possible. I'm probably going to go back and rewatch that. Let's see. About halfway through. Fawcett, yes. Fawcett. Yeah, the one hiding in the closet. Yeah, he was I appreciated him hanging in there. He was great. I love it how he's like, I'm going to go out and smoke this guy. It's not about winning or losing, bro. Once you start making things be a zero-sum game, in my opinion, you're playing the wrong game. Oh, Pradeep. I still can't figure out if Pradeep is a troll. Pradeep. No coach, no coach. Oh, Pradeep is great. All right. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Until next time, make it a great day or not. The choice is always yours. That book, Simone, they actually just came out with it in Spanish. So Unwanted is in English, and they have it like natively translated to Spanish. Other than that, I mean, look, I had this guy in Austria, Simone, he read it, and he was like, he loved it. I know Switzerland is different than Austria. But there's so many books. Go to the link in my bio. If you're a woman looking for help with betrayal, start with Betrayal Bind, the Betrayal Bind, and join my women's group. Tomorrow we're having Heather Stringer on, who's the wife of Jay Stringer. She's going to be on the women's group, helping facilitate the group. So now's a good time to join that group. All right, make it a great day or not. The choice is always yours. It's always yours. Always yours. Women's groups are $99 a month. It's an hour and 15-minute weekly Zoom call. It just might change your life. Be careful. Be careful. The amount of life change that happens in these groups is amazing. All right. We'll see y'all. Bye-bye.